His Worship Mayor Simon Yu. He is away. I believe he's going to try to join us through Zoom this evening, in and out. So we're just waiting for him to see if he's going to join us throughout the evening. And you also notice that Councillor Skaken is away today. So because we have a rotating acting mayor schedule, and I'm acting mayor for June, I'll be chairing the meeting tonight. So before we officially start, I just want to wish all the dads a belated happy birthday for those dads that are here. And, oh, ready. Happy Father's Day. I was thinking of something else. Yeah, happy Father's Day. And secondly, I just want to do a shout out. We had an extremely busy weekend in the city of Prince George on this Father's Day weekend. Want to send a shout out to the Cruising Classics Car Society, putting on a very successful 50th anniversary event. A record amount of vehicles. I think it was over 450 vehicle registration and a huge crowd at the park yesterday. I know myself and a lot of council colleagues were there to take it in, and perhaps some of you were there as well. And also to our friends and partners over at the Kwele Tene who organized a wonderful National Indigenous Peoples Day as well. So the park was extremely busy yesterday. We had an absolutely beautiful day. And it was great to see our city so alive, and as well our friends over at PG Rodeo, who had a very successful rodeo this past weekend as well too. So I hope some of you took advantage of those events. So with that in mind, we'll officially start the regular council meeting for June 22nd, 2026. I want to respectfully acknowledge the unceded ancestral lands of the Kwele Tene, whose land we live, work, and play in conducting business tonight. I know we have a very full agenda tonight, and I know myself and fellow councillors will do our best to move it along and hopefully get home at a reasonable hour tonight. So with that, we'll start with the adoption of agenda. And Mr. Anderson, I know there's a few changes.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So we do have 3 items to add. A new item, or an item added to E7, and 2 pieces of correspondence being G8 and G9. A discussion with the mayor earlier where he's asked that we remove agenda item E1. And we are asking for amendment to the schedule or the makeup of the agenda to move up E8, E10, E6, and E7 in that order to immediately follow after item C1.
Second.
Councillor Bennett, second by Councillor Frizzell. Any questions? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to ask if correspondence item G5 could move up for consideration in addition to the delegation this evening.
For the C1 downtown business, Mr. Anderson.
That's noted, yep.
Okay.
If council would like, they could move that up to C1.
Okay. You okay?
Thank you.
So Councillor Bennett, Councillor Frizzell, with those changes to the agenda. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Councillor Scott, moving the minutes. Second. Oh, we got Councillor Sampson. Go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Just wanted to move the minutes with an amendment at C1, just for clarity. Upon reviewing them, and I reviewed the last meeting as well, just for intent. The intent was that the Community Arts Council would achieve their MOU still. The intent behind the change of language, which was asked and answered actually, was to strengthen what they requested and provide that MOU. It's not specified here. And so just to make sure the intent's absolutely clear for administration, I'd like to amend that it has that intent behind it. So moved. Oh, through to Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, you want to respond to Councillor Sampson?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. So probably the easiest way to do this would be to amend something previously adopted. So just a motion to add whatever wording is that you were looking for.
Great. Yeah, thanks. I maybe I'll look to Mr. Babich for what they would like to see, but I did review the last meeting and felt like the intent was there, but if it needs to be more specified in the wording here, I'd like to staff to get exactly what's needed to provide that MOU.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Through to Councillor Sampson, perhaps by adding to the end of the resolution, and Ms. Kellett, if we could get you to highlight the applicable resolution that we're speaking about, just for clarity. There's two on the screen. Thank you very much. So perhaps adding at the end of that, including without limitation a memorandum of understanding with the Community Arts Council.
Great, so moved.
Second, anyone second? Councillor Ramsey?
That was, again, Acting Mayor, that was the discussion, but just making sure it's solidified in writing so that they have certainty. Thanks.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment? No? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
And then just procedurally, we would take the minutes as amended. Thank you.
Okay. You're moving the minutes as amended? Second, Councillor Bennett. All in favor of the amended minutes? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to C1, delegations. We have Downtown Business Improvement Association. Yeah, please make yourself come to the front. Ms. Berry, Mr. Foley, Mr. Doherty. And your presentation, you have, as you're probably aware, 10 minutes. We look forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we won't take up any more than your 10 minutes allotted. I'll just say thank you for having us again. You know, we have Ms. Chrissy Berry and Derek Doherty, our treasurer. We just recently had our AGM, and thank you to Councillor Scott and Frizzell for attending that evening. You know, we all know a lot of the issues we have in downtown. I won't kind of drag that out right now, but I appreciate working with the City of Prince George continuously. A lot of our efforts nowadays are surrounded around advocacy with all levels of government and other health organizations such to kind of improve the lives of people on the streets and make it easier for our businesses to succeed. On that, I'll leave to Ms. Berry to go through a little bit about what we've been doing this last year.
Perfect. Thanks, Owen. So I do want to touch quickly on our board of directors. So Owen is our president, Derek's our treasurer, Darren Lowe is our vice president with City and Ashley Furniture, and Garrett Dobson, who's an authorized representative for Batula Burning, is our secretary. Kathy Carlson, Leah King, John Kaysen, Valerie Eberher, Martin Krell, and Shonda Shaw have all been on our board in the last year. So I just want to acknowledge that Leah King and Martin Krell have resigned off our board, but we thank them for everything that they did for the organization and continue to do to support downtown. As most of you probably know, we have a very small team, and so I am the full-time executive director. I've been there for just over a year now. Wendy Pollard, who's our events marketing creative specialist, has been there since October 2019, and she is part-time staff. And Teresa McFadden, who is special projects coordinator since 2023, is also part-time. So we do a lot with a very small but mighty team. In terms of numbers, so our 2025 revenue, the majority of it coming through the levy at just 53% there. A little bit through events and promotions. The second biggest chunk there being our clean and safe programs.
Can I just, maybe just pop a little closer to the microphone?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just so, I think we're okay here, but our friends online who are watching, thank you, Ms. Berry.
No problem. So our clean and safe programs, the grants that we get for that are kind of the second biggest chunk of our revenue. Some for beautification, lots of in-kind sponsorship from media and other community members, and then a couple other grants making up just about 11% there. So that would include things like the bike valet, the camera money that the city provided to us, and additional community grants of that nature. On the expenditure side of things, so our biggest chunk still remains our clean and safe programs at 37 point, or sorry, I guess that's the second biggest. Our biggest is our regular governance and operations, but very close to our clean and safe programs, being just over a third of our annual budget. just about 10% on beautification, so it's 7% on our events and promotions, another 8% on special projects. Again, that's things like the camera program, bike valet, and those types of things. With our microgrant programs, as well as NDIT's facade improvement grant, we gave out 5 beautification grants last year, 2 events, 5 marketing and promotions, 5 safety, no e-commerce, 7 broken window microgrants, and we had 2 facade improvement grants, which I'll share some pictures here. So the first one was at the coast, so this is just a quick picture of kind of what the brick and the walkway and the walls were looking like versus what they look like now. And then the other one was the old Timbers Community Church building, which is now Fieldhouse Wealth Management and Estate Services. And so they actually did 3 sides of that building, which is unusual, but you can see all 3 sides from the road, from the sidewalk. They're very visible and it looks significantly better. Our clean team programs, so we're still working with DART to clean our alleyways at least 2 hours every morning, 7 days a week. The only day they get off is Christmas. The brain injury group still doing their litter cleanup Monday to Friday, 6 hours a day. And ACME, we contract to do the biohazard cleanup. One that is not mentioned here is that we have resumed our partnership with activators, so the Groundworks graffiti program, and so that is underway and they're on their second round of work orders. These would be the 2025 clean team numbers, so 6,485 needles, 6,627 biohazards, 3,744 bags of garbage, 56 shopping carts, 60 pallets, among other things like couches, mattresses, and other large debris. Some of what we did in 2025, so Summerfest, Winterfest isn't on here, but that would have been in February, just before I started. So Summerfest was the first event that I was part of, and so that was at Veterans Plaza in July. It's coming up again shortly. We did do the bike valet. We were at 6 events throughout the summer, so people could park their bikes for free. We would watch them, and they could attend the event, do what they needed to do, and be able to bike back home safely. Plaid Friday, we partnered with the Civic Light Up this year and extended our Plaid Friday, like our Plaid dollars, to be valid for 2 days instead of just 1. And we got the most Plaid bucks back last year since the inception of this program. So very excited to do that again. Owen mentioned advocacy. So I know this graphic still got a little jumbled somewhere in the translation here, but it started with inviting mayor and council for alleyway walks to look at graffiti. And everybody came, and some of senior administration came, and it was great. By then, the Crossroads fire had already happened, and so our conversation, although still talking about graffiti, also shifted to fires and other issues that we are seeing in the downtown. We were part of the Safe Streets rally in partnership with the Chamber. We did do some business surveys, lots of follow-up meetings on that. We wrote advocacy letters to federal and provincial government. We have meetings with both federal and provincial ministers, the premier. We presented at the Public Safety Committee. We made some recommendations to Bill C-14. We were at the budget speech in February. And so that was kind of all our government escalation. But the last phase, we launched our security camera program, which we're very proud of. The graffiti removal proposal was submitted and awarded in that time frame. We met with BC Housing. We talked about safe growth. Yeah, it's kind of where we left off at the end of 2025. This is what our 2026 budget looks like, and I know it's in the agenda, but we will need a motion to approve this from acting mayor and council. So this is kind of what it looks like. Again, still a very large amount of money going towards our clean and safe programs. We want to make sure that downtown remains as clean and safe as we can possibly make it. Happy to answer any questions on that at the end. For our 2026 programs, so Summerfest is coming up July 10th and 11th. So we are doing an outdoor dining experience catered by White Goose with a special menu. So those tickets are on sale right now on our website. There's a very limited number, so if you're interested, please grab them. And then Saturday will be our regular family-friendly event. And I'm really excited to share that we have enough sponsors to offer the mini rail, the face painting, the balloons, and the petting zoo all at no charge to the public. The Bike Valet is also active, so we did our first event a couple of days during Go by Bike Week, and our next one will be at Canada Day. So we have expanded a little bit outside of downtown just to raise that profile and let people know that we're there and what programs or which events we're going to be at. And in my last 2 minutes, I'll do the security camera pilot. So we did receive $40,000 from the City of Prince George and an additional $5,000 from IREN. So that let us purchase 10 cameras that have been installed across 3 locations in the C1 zone. And that covers the cost of the monitoring services until the end of December of this year. So we saw really some pretty immediate results. So the proposal that I submitted, I guess almost a month ago now, we only had stats until March, so I've included them up until May in this report. The 6 fires that are there were all at one location. And one of the things that we have seen is some of the activity has dropped off in those areas. That's not to say it hasn't moved to other areas, because we've seen it. We know it's there, but one of those locations, you know, they spent $80,000 repairing gates last year, so they refused to close their gates at night. They're closed every single night now, because there's such a reduction in the activity there that they're not seeing the same level of damage and crime happening at their site. So we do see an opportunity for growth. I've submitted the proposal back in May, and so happy to answer questions about that. I know $150,000 is a lot more than 40, but it does put us on par with what Penticton is at, and so I'll leave you with this graphic of kind of what we would be spending that money on over an 18-month period.
Thank you. And you did it with some time to spare.
21 seconds, yeah.
Well done. I know, speaking for myself, I'm really looking forward to Summerfest coming up in a couple weeks, an event that I've taken part in for many, many years. And we've got a queue, so I'll go to my council colleagues. Councillor Bennett, start us off.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation and for the work that you do. I think, to quickly touch on Councillor Palillo's point, I think the events that you offer and get people into our downtown are fantastic. I know my kids have a great time, and I have a great time when I come down, and it's just, I know that it's a ton of work, but the opportunities to activate our downtown in that way, I think, is a really good example of what I hope we can get our downtown to be. I also want to thank all of you, not only for the opportunity for us to come and do the walk around, but for the ongoing advocacy you have done on behalf of the city. I think, you know, it cannot go understated just how important that is, that, you know, we've used it. I know our intergovernmental committee, when they travel to Victoria, have used your advocacy as well as, you know, this is the realities that our local businesses are facing in downtown. I guess you touched on one of my questions, so I won't go into it, and that's just really around the stats in terms of the success that we've seen with the downtown camera program. And I think that example you gave of the increase, or the increase in having the camera presence, with the direct result then in very tangible decrease in what we're seeing. So I think that's really important for us as a council to look at and see what we can do to continue to help downtown Prince George in that. I guess my question for you, 2 other questions. One is just, are you seeing, I guess, the success of the Bike Valet program? Are you seeing kind of the results you were hoping for? Is there something that we as a city can do to help promote that more? And my second question was actually relating to the meeting with BC Housing and how kind of that conversation went, and maybe as a follow-up to administration or to our intergovernmental, if there are things that we can take that messaging that you have had with BC Housing and share it in our conversations with BC Housing, I think would be good for those to be connected.
Sure. So to answer your first question about the Bike Valet, so we were actually at the Crossroads lot June 5th and 6th for Go by Bike Week, and we saw more bikes than we did last year. between those 2 days, and so that's great. So the messaging is definitely out there. People are a little more familiar with the program. I am hopeful that Canada Day will also start to spike those numbers even more. Any sort of promotion or, getting the word out about it is obviously very helpful for us. In terms of BC Housing, so we've only met one time, and part of that was just to get introduced to the new regional director for the North and his team. But we did start to have some basic conversations on good neighbor type of conversations between some of the services downtown and the businesses or the public.
No, that sounds great. So if, I guess through to Mr. Babbage, but ultimately we'll end up in Mr. Depano's hands. If we're able to, are we able to have staff just incorporate information about the bike valet as part of our Canada Day promotions, and perhaps then as well tie in some of this advocacy with our conversations with BC Housing?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Through to Councillor Bennett. No concerns on the bike valet request, and perhaps a referral motion to intergovernmental would be most appropriate for the advocacy.
I will allow others to speak, just in case there's other items that we may want to then tie into one motion. But Acting Mayor, I'll get back in the queue then at the end for a referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you, DBIA team. I did enjoy your AGM, and I'm glad I went. I would like, if it's in order, you were asking for a motion around your budget.
Yes.
I'd like to put that on the table, please.
Second, so Councillor Scott, second by Councillor Frizzell. Do we deal with that now, Mr. Anderson, or at the end of the presentation?
You can deal with it now.
Deal with it now? So let's vote on the budget presented by Downtown Business. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. There you have it. Councillor, anything further, Councillor Scott? Okay. Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Palillo. At the AGM, one of the pieces that struck me was the camera sirens. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so because the cameras are monitored 24 hours a day by both AI technology designed to detect safety threats, but also by an actual person, when the camera is triggered that there is something going on and the person observes that it is something, whether that's somebody trespassing or trying to break into a door or whatever that might look like, they are able to turn a siren on through the camera. And so initially when we would turn the siren on, nothing would happen. So then the RCMP would be called and they would attend the scene. And so now what we see more of is that the siren goes off and those individuals move on their own without having to call the RCMP to deal with the situation.
So become accustomed to what the consequences are, and it's working that way too.
Yeah, it is.
That was really good to hear about. I had no idea until we went to the AGM. On the subject of growth, at the very end of the AGM, I mentioned that I challenged you to think ahead to what the next 4 to 8 years are going to be as that acute care tower hits and another 1,000 people come into Prince George. So as you're thinking on that, through to Mr. Dalio, how does growth in Prince George's downtown translate to an increase to the budget? How does revenue flow from the levy to the values to the DBIA?
We're talking in context just to the DBIA or to?
Yes, just for the DBIA as construction hits and property values go up and levy gets applied.
So there's a bylaw in place that dictates exactly how many dollars we raise each year for the years of those bylaws. How it's calculated to each individual property is you would take sort of the assessed values of those properties and come up with their own rate per thousand in order to generate the dollars in that bylaw. So as basically new properties come on that are within the DBI levy defined area, ideally if new properties came on, then the burden is slightly eased for everybody as there's more people paying into that $1 figure that you need.
So the story, I guess, would go that as we experience growth with, if it's new construction and new builds, then your levy will reflect that. But otherwise, it's when we set the new targets and the new numbers in the next council, then we can start anticipating what the next years are going to be like. Because if all of the indicators are accurate, we're in for an interesting time a really exciting time ahead in Prince George. Has the board given some thought to anticipating growth and projecting forward that way?
Well, we do intend on having a more of a strategic planning session this fall, but I mean, it's, kind of at the back of our mind right now with those things. But I mean, we're definitely looking forward to having a lot of those additional workers in town because they're, I mean, obviously quite biased, but it helps business in my line of work for sure. And there's a lot of us that can take advantage of that. But yeah, the board's sole focus has unfortunately been on some of the tougher issues that we've had to deal with.
Yeah, so it should be, and so it'll have to be for the whiles ahead. But we also have good news coming. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you all for your presentation and for joining us at council this evening. I really appreciated the overview, and I liked the slide on advocacy. I thought that just was really a great way to present the material and kind of lay out the initiatives that you're working on. I know the last time that we chatted, we had a conversation about bail reform, and very exciting that Bill C-14 received royal assent last week. The reverse onus aspect of that bill, I think, is going to help immensely. We haven't seen yet what that rollout looks like, but really hoping to get more information from our detachment and our CMP in the coming weeks to see how that's going to impact things on the ground. I imagine it'll be quite some time. I'm sure you are all celebrating and equally sharing that news with your members. I would say that this is a piece of advocacy that we can all equally be proud of, that we all championed from different sides. So I just would say kudos to each of you. This is a huge win for our community and for communities across Canada who are all deeply struggling with downtown issues and the wicked problems that come with the crises, the various crises that we're in. So I didn't want to make it about that as much as you didn't either, Owen, but I thought that it was important to mention that joint advocacy does work. We don't get to celebrate it very often, but we should definitely be celebrating this. So just gratitude and thanks to you all for all the work you do. It's nice to see the success of the camera programs and looking to see how we can get more cameras in downtown to, just target all sides of the equation. I want our community to fall in love with downtown. I love downtown. It's an important place. I'm down there all the time. And it just has so much to offer, and supporting our downtown businesses, that's just so important. And we just need to keep doing the good work, as invisible as it might be sometimes. So I just wanted to say thanks. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Councillor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks, folks, very much. A lot of it's been said, and Councillor Ramsey beat me to it on C-14. I did want to draw attention to that in conversations we've been having recently. I think it's important to know Prince George doesn't always get that spotlight on it for the work that we've done to influence provincial or federal legislation, but there was a great deal of work done by you folks and your members, and really appreciate that. We did our best at our end, and I know that thanks for highlighting the meetings that you've had. Actually, it's been very substantial, more than I think I've ever seen in the past with your organization, with government, and it carries the weight on those conversations. Government was looking to municipalities and provinces, but to have on the ground, boots on the ground kind of feedback in a direct way really supported that. So we're going to continue. We had our petition recently read in Ottawa for non-violent and primarily property offenses, which I think is extremely important to you. But if you really dig into C-14, I think there's some opportunity within that legislation that I don't know if I'll say unintended, but I think there's some unintended benefits that will come with C14 that we're going to see towards those efforts that we're looking for together on that non-violent property crime. And so I don't think we let the foot off the pedal. And I think we should regroup soon, actually, and talk about how do we take that petition now that it's read by government to that next level, talk to them further. And I think there's some dialogue we can have. But I think for a moment, as Councillor Ramsey said, there's a pause of celebration. We got this one step, and now what's next? So I think there should be maybe a regroup, and perhaps it doesn't require a motion, but we could have an informal lunch and learn conversation with your board and council to just talk about what we understand the next steps are on that in that petition, and what role yourselves, and I think the chamber's interested as well, can play in advancing that a little further. So I think there's some opportunity there just coming up the last week now that it's finally introduced to the House of Commons. So beyond that, I think I also want to recognize the work that you do to bring folks into the downtown, and looking forward to some of the events coming back. And really neat to hear that your plaid, what were the bucks? Sorry, the
Plaid bucks.
plaid bucks. Thanks. The biggest return on those yet. That's fantastic. I didn't know. So congratulations, and looking forward to seeing where those programs evolve to. And if we can be a partner, let us know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, and actually, Acting Mayor Christy, thanks very much for your work. The relationship has been stronger, and just appreciate you reaching out more proactively, bringing us for tours in the downtown. That's been really beneficial. So I really want to just single you out and say thanks for that proactive reach out. It's been really beneficial on our end, rather than having that only reaching out when it's maybe a crisis. Now we have that proactive relationship, so thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sampson. Councillor Frizzell, you want to move a recommendation?
Yeah, thank you for the correspondence that Councillor Scott brought forward. I'll move, if she wants to second, to support the application to Northern Development Initiative Trust Marketing Grant Program in the amount of $800 for the DBIA.
Thank you, Councillor Frizzell, second by Councillor Scott. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Oh, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. I sent the motion to Ms. Kellett, and that's it. That the report from Downtown Prince George be referred to Intergovernmental Committee for opportunities to align and coordinate ongoing advocacy efforts with BC Housing and the provincial and federal government.
Councillor Frizzell, something second? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Refer a motion to Intergovernmental Affairs. I believe that's it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, thanks for the work, and looking forward to Summerfest in a couple weeks. So we'll move on to consent agenda.
Your Worship, we amended the agenda to go to item E8.
Oh, pardon me. Yes. E8, that would be the presentation by Prince George Transit System Fare Review. Come forward, yes. Iris Brown, Government Relations Manager, Daniel Pierce, Transit Planner, City of Prince George, and by Zoom, Midhat Malik, Business Development Advisor for BC Transit. Welcome to Council Chambers, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and members of the Council. I'm happy to be back. As promised in April, we are here today to present the Fare Review Report. And the City of Prince George staff, as well as BC Transit, worked hard over the last couple of months on this report, and we are really excited to share it with you. And with that, I hand it over to Midhat Online to share the report.
Thank you. So we've been conducting a fare review in the Prince George Transit System, and a fare review hasn't been conducted in a number of years because of Safe Restart funding that prevented any fare changes to be increased until last year. So we've been going around the province to review fares. So if you go to the next slide, we will just to let you know that we typically conduct fares fare reviews every 3 to 5 years to consider opportunities for fare adjustment, and considering we want to optimize revenue, attract and retain ridership, and maintain affordability for both the transit system and the passengers of the local system. And then every time we do a fare review, we look to evaluate if there's specific objectives for the transit system. So in this case, we wanted to ensure that we were aligning closer towards inflation, introducing new revenue opportunities in the form of prepaid fare programs, considering equity between our various transit services that we offer, and then aligning with our BC Transit Fare Guidelines. One note, just to remind everyone at Council today, is that 100% of the revenue that the transit system receives is given to the local government to offset the 53% of the municipal portion of costs. So the ultimate decision of the fare pricing that we will be recommending today is at the discretion of Council. And on the next slide, we have an overview of revenue by product type. You can see our existing fare structure on the left, and on the right side, we have a pie chart of all of our revenue sources. And we'll see that our most popular sources are the single ride fare and the U-Pass, where we also make total revenue of about $2.4 million. The next slide has the current fare structure. So when we recommend fare adjustments, we always look to align with BC Transit's fare structure guidelines to be able to create predictable and fair fare structures that are based on industry best practice and for public transit and have been developed to provide guidance to local governments in setting fares. The fare structure guidelines are meant to promote a balance between maximizing fare revenues while maintaining affordability and growing ridership. So the fare structure in Prince George, as you can see, is pretty well aligned. We have our single ride fare, which is the base fare that all of our fares are based off of. Our day pass fare is recommended to be 2 times the single ride fare, which is aligned. 10 rides or tickets are recommended to be 9 times the single ride fare, again aligned. Our adult 30-day pass is within our recommended 20 to 30 time multiplier of the single ride fare. And then our single ride fare for Handy Dart, which is the door-to-door custom transit, is priced at $250, which is the same as the single ride conventional, which is aligned. The variances that we see are the discounts for the 30-day passes and semester passes. They're a bit greater than what we would typically recommend. So it's something that we consider when we look at our fare structure recommendations. The next slide, we have a table that kind of outlines our fare change history. The last time there was a fare review was in September of 2019, where we can see that the fares, the 30-day pass and the semester passes increased by a few dollars. But all in all, the fares have been about $250 for a really long time. And if we considered inflation with this, it would be equivalent to $3.35 today. So that is certainly justification to consider an increase for the Prince George system. On the next slide, we have a transit system fare comparison where we see what the fares are for Prince George in comparison to comparable systems both within BC and across Canada. You can note that in BC, a lot of the fares are similar or to Prince George or just a little bit higher, but all in all lower than other transit systems across the country. We see that across Canada, the average single ride fare is $3.50, and lots of other systems are pricing their 30-day passes $10 to $20 more than what Prince George currently has. And the next slide, we have a figure that shows the total fare revenues compared to total costs and the corresponding cost recovery over the past 7 years, and also the projections of what the revenues and total costs will be over the next 2, highlighting that without an adjustment, the balance of revenues covering total expenses will continue to decrease and costs for running transit continue to grow across the province. So we just need to consider the balance between revenues and user and taxpayer dollars. The next slide. We have, so something that's already as part of the ProPass program, but we're really trying to highlight this program in Prince George so we can generate more uptake. So the ProPass program is a prepaid fare program that, like UPass, has the potential to generate a sizable amount of revenue for the transit system, where it's a partnership between employers and the transit system, where we offer a discounted transit pass 15% off for any employees who are in a partnered institution. We are currently actively considering more employers to join our program. So we think that it's a great way to boost participation, boost ridership, and boost stable revenue sources for the transit system. On the next slide, we have a new fare program, prepaid fare program that we want to introduce, and this is called EcoPass. EcoPass is a transit fund that's created through a bulk purchase discount where organizations can invest tens of thousands of dollars to support a variety of use cases. We've seen a lot of success in the Victoria Regional Transit System and are starting to see uptake in other transit systems where we have developers invest lots of money in exchange of transit access for their constituents. The next slide has our recommended adjustment, which is, so after we had a few discussions with staff in Prince George and some internal analysis, we recommend aligning to inflation over a few years so that there is not too stark of a change right away. But essentially, it would increase to $3 over 2 years. The day pass would be 2 times the single ride fare. We'd recommend removing the tickets product just because now we have other alternatives in the form of our electronic fare collection system with UMO, and we have debit and credit tap, which makes it redundant to offer a paper version of a fare product. We'll have our 30-day passes continue to be at a 24-time multiplier of the single ride fare, and then our 30-day concession pass and semester pass will continue to be offered at a discount for students and seniors, and then our UPass and ProPass rate will also increase over the next 2 years. And all in all, after running our recommended fare structure through our price elasticity model, we estimate that the transit system will generate over $157,000 in revenue every year. On the next slide, we also recommend that we consider the custom transit system as well, the custom route, which is door to door. While it is more resources to offer a custom solution, we believe for equity to maintain the same price and to continue to offer an aligned single ride fare for both the conventional fixed route service and the custom service. So also to increase over the next 2 years. And lastly, just an overview of our fare review timeline. On the last slide, we are here today requesting approval, and if granted, we would work with our internal marketing team to ensure that everyone that we develop appropriate resources to ensure that the local people are aware of the transit fare change so that we could have potentially a fare increase in September. And with that, Iris, Daniel, and I will be happy to take any questions.
We do have a few questions. Start with Councillor Sampson.
Wow. Thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Question I have on the disparity with the semester pass. I think it's going up, if I remember correctly, roughly 22%, and compared to the others, which are all hovering around 10%. I know there's a bit of a disparity in the cost or the value behind that already, but I'm wondering if this is something that is I'm wondering, I guess, if we're aligning just to BC Transit standards, or if this is something that's proven as an equity piece in our market. Is there a challenge here in where we're rating our fares? compared to the semester pass locally, or is this just alignment with BC Transit's formula?
Mita, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, I'd love to take this one. So typically our BC Transit Fare Strategy Guidelines recommend that we have our concession 30-day pass for students and seniors to be a 15% discount off of the adult 30-day pass, and then our semester pass, which is for 4 months, to be an additional 20% discount on top of our already discounted concession pass. But in this case, we've maintained a 30% discount for our semester pass on our already discounted concession pass. So we're already continuing to offer greater discounts for our semester pass, and it goes up by more because it is for a longer term and it offers a greater, it like continues to offer the same amount of discount that it does today. It's just that as we are increasing prices and offering a longer term pass product, it does seem like a bigger jump, but we are maintaining a greater discount than we would typically recommend in our fare strategy guidelines.
Great, thanks. The discount rate is still comparable to what they had before, or it's shrinking that gap?
No, it's comparable.
Great, thanks very much. I think my only concern is jumping it up. It is a relatively small amount over that much time, but it's a challenging time. We want to be attracting students to use transit in our community, and so I think I'm just a little hesitant on that piece. But we haven't. I think it's, what was it, 2019 since fares went up. So I do see the inflationary piece. It is pretty moderate, 25 cents for the single ride. But curious what my colleagues think on the semester pass. 22% in one bump is relatively substantial for students. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sampson. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor, and to our presenters, thank you again. Yeah, I mean, again, I would look at, I didn't actually, to be honest, take a lot of pause with the semester pass increase. Again, looking at that's primarily, secondary students, and I know a lot of them are perhaps doing a semester pass and then for this winter season, for example, and not necessarily doing it for a year. I didn't necessarily see that as big of a jump. I actually more dove into the custom fare. And again, I'm recognizing that that's, we're not, it's not a significant jump if the fact we're really talking about 25 cents per ride. But I'm also looking at the clientele who use custom, and it's our seniors, it's our adults with disabilities. We're not seeing significant increases to disability payments. We're not seeing significant increases to pension. Even if they're using, I'll use some of the individuals who I see on a weekly basis going in and out of the hospital when I'm taking my mom to dialysis. For some of them, that's now six trips a week just to dialysis, not including any other trips that they may need custom service or Handy Dart for. So I guess my question would be, is there any form of subsidy available that individuals could apply for who heavily rely on Handy Dart to help offset any fare that may be available? And two, are we able, I guess last time Transit was here, we spoke about the oversubscription to Handy Dart. I guess, to be blunt, is this also part of, I know this is to try to modernize our fees, but has there been any conversation about the fact that increased fees then may also help alleviate some of the pressure that Handy Dart's seeing in terms of rider capacity?
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to Councillor Bennett, sorry. Yeah, very much so. So we're at capacity with Handy Dart right now. I think an important piece to the customer HandyDART system is that it is cost shared at a higher rate with the province as it is right now, because it is a door-to-door service and it just has a higher cost. So as it sits right now, the city of Prince George is only on the, like our portion's about 33%. So we still are looking at that cost share as we're trying to expand it. So the direct answer is, do we think it's going to decrease the ridership by increasing it or leveling it out with the conventional fare? No. The demand for the service is still very high. And with the province right now still not providing more additional funding towards transit, that is something that we are just cautiously watching too, to say, how do we keep the service going in a productive way forward? But we do know that with aging fleets, both in the conventional and HandyDART, and we do know there's some challenges with that going into the future, as well as additional costs just within the infrastructure itself. We do know that the costs are going to be increasing. And without our fares going up over the last, well, over that decade, it is something that I think we do have to kind of look at least as a whole. Other municipalities like Nanaimo has gone towards a same approach going over 2 years. I know that other councillors are also looking at it at this time too, and it's something that is happening across the province, both the equity between conventional and HandyDART.
Sorry, before the next, because the other question was, is there, like, whether it's through Ministry of Poverty Reduction or are there opportunities for those who may need support for HandyDART service? Is there a program they can apply? But with that, our HandyDART service is not also eligible for a day pass, correct? Like you're paying a flat rate per trip. It's not like you can pay the $5 or soon to be $6 and have it do multiple rides in a day. It is a per trip basis. Is that correct?
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Bennett. So the first question that you asked, so it is, as it sits right now, there is additional programs that the province does provide. It is up to each client. There's different clients that are getting different assistance packages that do go towards transportation costs. We also have the taxi supplement program. So that also supplements, if you can't get a HandyDART ride, you can apply and get a taxi door to door. And it supplements the HandyDART system. And I think that's something that is just emphasized, and they pay the HandyDART fare. So you get the taxi for the HandyDART fare. To answer your second question, no, there isn't any day pass or anything else. It is just a single fare. So each trip is $250 right now, but also if you got the taxi, because HandyDART wasn't available, and right now we are dispatching a lot of taxis, that you would just pay the $250 and it is reimbursed through the program itself.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Palillo. I'll be quick. I know there's a lot of reports tonight, but thanks for the presentation and the proposal in front of us. Ms. Malik, you used the word elasticity, which is going to be exciting because I'm totally going to be using these stats on one of my final exam questions in economics. This will be fun. The key idea is how much ridership do you lose with each penny that you increase it? And I'm really glad that you took a quick look at it. An in-depth look at it, because it says in the middle of the report that with the 25-cent increase on the single ride and all the other proposed increases, we're losing 35,878 rides a year, which my calculations come out at about 100 rides a day. So a couple of rides on each of the routes each couple of hours. So it's not a dramatic statistical drop, but in the lifetime of a year, 36,000 rides almost is a lot of rides lost. Is there a way to maximize your total revenues without seeing drops like this?
Through Acting Mayor to Councillor Frizzell, this is based on a simple elasticity model. So basically it only considers the increase of fares, but we have learned over time that ridership is actually more impacted to a bigger degree by the service itself. So like the frequency, the on-time performance, and just convenience. So there might be a little ridership decrease, but we don't think it would be as high as it is in this report.
So this is a conservative estimate. This is the worst case. We would lose perhaps a couple every route per day.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I was just looking for a point of clarity. I guess the first is just if the increase does go through, do 100% of the, does 100% of the revenue stay with the municipality? Or is there a portion that goes to BC Transit?
So 100% of the revenue comes back to the City of Prince George. Cost sharing for conventional is 53.31% we pay. BC Transit covers the 66 or 46.69%, and then for custom it's a little bit higher. So we only pay 33.31%, but on both systems, all revenue comes to offset the local share.
Great. That's what I had thought. And then I guess my question is just around the UPass increase, because it is recommending it go up to $72, and that does have to go through student referendum. So I'm just wondering what happens if the students at UNBC and CNC vote no to the increase. I guess the piece I'm really struggling with is that if they do vote no, they get to keep their low fee and the rest of the user classes see an increase.
Through acting mayor, no. They would go through a referendum, and ultimately if they said no to it, we would bring it back and most likely be looking at where they would fall within the fare structure, so that UPass agreement would actually collapse.
Okay.
And then from there, we would look at, well, are we going to try to enter into a new UPass agreement? Ideally, it would be through diplomacy, entering into a new agreement and looking at it. But that would be something that we'd bring back to council and say, ultimately, if the UPass did, those agreements are tied together between both agencies. So if one failed, the other one most likely would as well.
Okay.
And we'd have to relook at what we do as a community.
Thank you. That's really helpful, because I was concerned that, the student body can just vote the increase down. But if that collapses the UPass agreement altogether, then I guess that opens up the conversation, and I feel confident that that would come back. I am struggling with the increase. I know when we went to the $5, it was quite contentious, and the $5 a day was really difficult for a lot of people. So to see this, going up $5.50 and then to $6, I think that's going to be a challenge for a lot of users on the system. So I just don't know what to do on this one, because it's necessary in order to increase the revenue to help implement more hours on the system and generate, those quicker bus routes, which we have been really trying to get on the 88, 89 route specifically, to really increase that to 20-minute service. And this is how we do it. But just recognizing that a lot of the users who use the bus use it because other things are unaffordable. So I'm really challenged by this one. So thank you. Thanks for answering my questions, and appreciate the presentation. Thanks,
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. And I share some of your concerns, in particular in my other professional life, working at Aim High and the people we serve there with HandyDart. Even though it seems a small increase, for them, it won't be a small increase. And I'm struggling in particular with that increase to HandyDart. I realize it's more expensive to offer that service, and we're at capacity. But in the same respect, as you had mentioned, this is the first time since 2019. That's 7 years, and we all know in our everyday life, expenses for all of us have increased, and it certainly has increased for our transit system as well too. So with that in mind, we do have a recommendation here. I don't know if anyone around Council Chambers is going to move a recommendation or not. Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Frizzell. We'll call the question. Any further discussion? So, the recommendation in front of you, approve option 1 for implementation for Monday, September 7th. And I think, as we heard too, there'll be a 12-week marketing campaign to let people know that the fares are going up. In the Prince George System Fare Review report attached to report dated June 8th. All in favor? Opposed? That's 4-3, I believe. I think it's passed. So, recommendation is approved. Thank you very much. I believe, Mr. Anderson, we're going to E10, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
E10. So this is the Civic Core Business Case Project Work Plan. Aaron Lloyd, Director of Land Use Strategies, Colliers Land Use, on Zoom, and I believe Ms. Wozniak is going to introduce this report. Ms. Wozniak.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. This report provides an update on the Civic Core District Plan and introduces the consultant team retained to develop a business case for the next phase of work. The Civic Core District project builds on over a decade of planning and significant recent milestones, including community engagement in 2023 with over 1,000 participants and a directional council resolution in December of 2024. Acting Mayor, since January of 2025, City Administration has been meeting regularly with key representatives from cultural and ICE facility user groups, including Theatre Northwest, the Prince George Symphony Orchestra, the Community Arts Council of Prince George and District, the Prince George Folk Fest Society, and the Prince George Spruce Kings. These discussions have focused on identifying the most appropriate pathway forward for the next phase of consultation and research. Through this engagement, administration determined that a business case is needed to assess the anchor uses in the downtown Civic Core, including the optimal mix of housing, performing arts center, ICE facility, and flexible community space, and to provide the information necessary to support future decisions. Earlier this year, the city issued a request for proposals. The manager of long-range planning, Tina Schaefer, is in attendance this evening to provide further background on the RFP process and introduce the consultant team.
Good evening. An invitation for submissions from qualified proponents through a request for proposals took place and was released this past February for the Civic Core business case. The successful proponent for the contract award went to Colliers Land Use Strategies at the end of May. This month, work has begun on the contract with the first order of business to complete a review of all the valuable information and feedback provided to date. This Civic Core business case takes a look at all city-owned facilities within and contemplated by the Civic Core plan area for the uses Ms. Wozniak has identified. This report and presentation is a kickoff for the project for Council's information, and the results and outcomes will return to this Council with the business case and roadmap recommendations for this Council. To provide the project overview and timeline, we have with us online Aaron Lloyd, Project Lead, Director of Land Use Strategies, to present this information. Following Aaron's presentation, both Colliers and administration will be available for questions. Over to you, Aaron.
Lovely, thank you, Tina. Let's see if I can see the slideshow just so I can prompt it as I go through this. And yes, I can, so lovely. Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Lloyd. Thank you for having me to present. Like Tina said, I am part of the Land Use Strategies team, and we were retained to help build the Civic Core business case. That business case is going to help identify the best approach to creating a downtown core that's going to include a few different things, including mixed-use housing, a performing arts center, an ice arena, some flex space, and other community benefiting uses depending on the outcomes of our business case. Next slide. To do this, we've assembled a team for the project, including myself with my Colliers Land Use Strategies team. With us, we also have Colliers project leaders, a group of engineers and experts in delivering a range of civic facilities. Also supporting this project is Arcadis, who are leading the engagement proportions of this project and providing informative graphic design to both the engagement process, but also to the final business case that we'll be providing. Next. So as I mentioned, we're putting together this business case that will incorporate several different uses. That business plan is going to be paired with a roadmap that will paint a clear picture of how we're going to proceed and continue progressing towards creating a strong, vibrant civic core. My team is coming in to carry the torch that's already been held in the substantial work that's been completed by staff to date. That includes substantial engagement work with both the public and key stakeholders. Also, the identification process of a council-selected civic core option, which is the image shown to the right here. This is a foundation that we're building on. It should also be noted that we are aware that there's some concurrent work happening with the Civic Facilities Master Plan ongoing. The team completing that work has been sharing data with our team, and we've been sharing data with them, ensuring both projects are up to speed, or up to date rather, with relevant information. Next page. But a bit more into what our work plan is in our project. We are nearing the end of our initial phase 1 here, which has been an analysis of the current state of affairs, including a review of all the work that's been completed by city staff up to this point. It's also included some discussions with stakeholders, reviewing the planning and the market context for the downtown area. And we have also begun work on our phase 2 as outlined here. This is including assessing the current and future anticipated demand for the uses that would make up the civic core, or that do make up the civic core, and then validating that demand. This is done in part through our case study analysis, which we will also begin shortly, looking at different municipalities with arts and athletics at the center of their downtown core, and taking some key lessons learned from those and applying them to the roadmap that we're building out. We're going to create some opportunities and distill those into a handful of development options. We'll be taking those options and then carry them forward to a workshop with city staff, where we will collaborate and identify key priorities so that we are able to further distill and refine the development options with that priority information. From there, we will get into the dollars and cents and start crunching numbers to understand the financial feasibility of the options carried forward, but also reviewing the impact to community and other elements, those things that can't really be quantified, things like vibrancy. And then also in that stage 4, we'll assess some risks, compile mitigation strategies, and then that's really going to be building the basis for our implementation roadmap and the business case, which is what we will be delivering in the final phase. Our roadmap will lay out options for next steps that will be presented to Mayor and Council, at which point the project will be seeking Council direction for subsequent phases of work. And we can go into the timeline of how this is all going to play out, which is, in terms of timing, we are underway with our initial phase, as I mentioned. We are here presenting to Council. We are on track to deliver our business case by the end of August, which would be in preparation to present it to Mayor and Council in September, looking at a September 23rd council date, I believe, or council meeting date. This portion of work will be completed before the October election. That being said, when we speak to Council in September with staff, we'll be seeking direction for further next steps. Some of those options for the next steps might look, next slide, like one or a combination of the items that are shown here. So preparing for development, completing the design work that would be required, setting up the capital stack and some partnerships. All these parts will be vital in creating that new civic core. We're stopping just short with building out the business plan, which is what we'll be presenting in September. So with that, would love to answer some questions. Otherwise, we'll be looking forward to coming back in September to present the business case and the implementation plan that we're able to put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Anything else to add, Ms. Wozniak or Schaefer? No? Okay.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. We're available for questions.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Palillo. Ms. Lloyd, I have, and also Ms. Schaefer, I've been contacted by a few people who, in preparation for tonight's meeting, went through the presentation. Good thing. And the question has come, will there be greater consideration going forward, I know where we are in the process, to better clarity around parking? Not something you need to answer in the moment, but it really needs to be there as we move forward. Thank you.
Who wants to take that one?
Yeah.
Ms. Schaefer?
Yeah, thanks. So all of the background information, yep, to date, you're absolutely correct. That information is going to be brought into the business case. And this is definitely about the uses and the needs of the facilities themselves and demands and trends. any subsequent recommendations that come out of this, there is going to be a conversation on later phases that's going to be absolutely continuing the conversation about parking, because it is necessary in any land use decision.
Councillor Frizzell.
Oh, thank you, Acting Mayor Polillo. If we got one thing out of that tour of Copar over the last week, it's a sense of the urgency behind getting a new direction on this. Appreciate the aggressiveness of this schedule, being Prince George, June, July, August, and coming into an election. There's a lot on people's minds. Are we going to be able to accomplish step 3, the engagement and the consultation? What does that look like? Is enough time set aside to do the consultation that we need to do?
Erin, did you want to take a first stab at that?
Yes, I just don't want to interject, but yes, through the acting mayor, we have begun to schedule the engagement. At this stage in the process, the engagement will be conducted with experts that know these facilities, experts in the management of the civic core facilities, so the facilities that are in downtown that we're really looking in on. Ultimately, one of the things that will come out of this project is an understanding of what additional engagement might be needed for the later phases. So there might be more public engagement that comes as a direction from council. At this stage, it's concentrated workshops with city staff, in addition to meetings that we've already had with managers of some of the civic facilities, and those meetings and workshops are being scheduled because we understand people are busy in the summer and we don't want to be missing anybody, and working with their schedules to accommodate where we can.
Yeah, that gets to the heart of that question. While we're on the consultation, step 1, you talked about including reviewing other similar communities and what they've got in their downtowns. Is that mostly our comparator communities here in British Columbia? What has Colliers got in mind for that?
Generally, we want to be looking, apologies, through the acting chair or the acting mayor. We want to be looking at comparable communities. So we're looking in particular at Kelowna, what they've been doing with their civic core, which is a great mix of an arena and performing arts uses. But we also want to look at sort of a grander sort of case to get those lessons learned, and maybe the exact dollars and cents aren't applicable, but there's other things that can be taken out of those case studies. So we're also looking at, for instance, the Ice District in Edmonton. We're looking at the Township of Langley's Arena Center, and a couple others that are sort of giving us a range of those civic core types so that we're not too bogged down in exactly what similar sized communities are doing, because we do want to be learning and seeing where else we can go.
Okay, thanks for that. You're going to look at other options, other directions that other municipalities have gone in, and then into August, that's when we're going to get into, yeah, I liked your phrase there, the stack, the financial stack.
Yes.
So the financial analysis piece, what does that look like? What will you be doing?
That is going to look like a few things. I think we're assessing building new repair costs, offsetting those, looking at what the community benefit is, quantifying that, but also looking at the soft improvements of a community core that can come from infrastructure and civic facility improvements. Broadly, also looking at partnership opportunities, where the funding is going to come from, who would be coming in to invest and develop. Is there a need for a public-private arrangement, and assessing what is possible based on the uses, because obviously not all uses can have, they don't have the same lending opportunities, I guess. A mixed-use residential building has different capital unlocking available to it than a performing arts center might. So,
yeah, our staff is really excellent at identifying partnering and grant opportunities. So I'm looking forward to the financial analysis. So are we into September before we hear back from you again next?
With council, yes, it will be September.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe the date was September 23rd scheduled, yeah. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks very much, Ms. Lloyd, for the presentation, and Ms. Schaefer. Curious on how we're identifying the stakeholders who will be engaged, particularly in Phase 3. What process is being undertaken to make sure that we capture the right groups, that we have all the folks at the table that should be there, and we're gauging all the input that we should be? And before you answer, I'll preface that with, I think there's organizations we need to be talking to, and is there going to be a chance for general public feedback at that point as well, or does that come at the end, the general feedback?
Erin, did you want to take an attempt at that?
I can start again.
Yep.
Yes. So I think right now, the information that we are needing for putting together this business case is really into the management and the demands and sort of these trends that have been seen by the folks that are managing and involved in the day-to-day operations. So based on where we are right now, those are the folks that we are needing to speak with to get the most out of our work. It is a condensed timeline, so we are needing to maximize our time, and we're working very closely with city staff to make sure that we are setting up those meetings. I think right now for general public engagement, that's something that we'll get into understanding when it comes into the community benefits a bit more. And I think that piece is going to actually be further developed as a next part of this broader project of improving the civic core. We're here to create the business case and then lay out that roadmap. And I think in the roadmap, we'll be identifying exactly that there needs to be more community engagement. Obviously, we would be discussing with council as well to determine if there's gaps, but then that would maybe be part of the recommendation for future phases of work.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that.
Yep, thanks, Erin. And further from that, Director Wozniak had identified, we've been working since January 2025 with very key stakeholder user groups. And part of, we will be having those conversations with those key stakeholders of those different arts and cultural groups, as well as the ICE facility users. So Colliers is currently in a current state analysis, as you can see on the slide above you, the item number 1. So part of what they're pouring through is all the extensive engagement that has taken place to date, which is hugely valuable, and it's quite a ways back. We were able to dig some information up and be able to use that in order to inform next steps forward.
Thanks very much. Would council be able to get a list of the folks who have been engaged so far since January 2025? If we have been engaging with these organizations, could we get a list of who has been at that table?
Acting Mayor, through to Councillor Sampson, it's actually provided in the report, and
all of them are listed?
Correct, yep.
Okay. Thanks very much. I guess my other question is around the time crunch. I know that I want to be careful. I am very eager to get this work done so we can move forward with our plans and engage with the public on what the result of this is, and move forward with our plans. But I also don't want to rush it. If I heard Ms. Lloyd speak to, we have a very condensed timeline. I want to make sure that we have the chance to engage properly and well with our stakeholders throughout this process, not just to meet a timeline. Council's a continuing body, and so whether we hit, I guess I'm not sure exactly if it was council direction at some point or not. I don't know why the municipal election holdup. The council of the day, whether it's October, November, this council, the next council, it's a continuing body. So was that direction from us to get this done before the election? And will that hamper the engagement that we have throughout the summer months?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Through to Councillor Sampson. No, this wasn't council direction timeline. It was a timeline administration had discussed and strategized intentionally, because this council has very much been involved with the Civic Core District Plan from the very early stages of it since 2022. So we felt it appropriate to present a business case, the step that we're in just the early stages of right now, to this council for the, again, continuity with this group of 9, understanding the council body does continue on, but felt it was appropriate and probably best to bring it to this group for future, just to direct us the future steps for this, this project.
Great, thanks. I think I agree largely. I think that's ideal, but I would hate for the date to be a hardline date and us not engage in as much engagement as we would like. So I guess I'm wondering if we're not getting, if folks are on holidays, I think that was, I forget whose point that was over the summer months, Councillor Frizzell, if folks are on holidays and we don't get engagement over that specified timeline here in front of us, are we gonna forget them and move on and potentially not have their input in this process just to meet our deadline? Or are we gonna push the deadline to make sure that we engage properly?
Acting Mayor, through to Councillor Sampson, I think it's fair to say, I hear what you're saying, that, yeah, we don't want to not engage with appropriate groups or interested parties. However, we have done extensive consultation early on with the public side of things, especially to inform the uses that the public wanted to see in the downtown civic core area. So if we're finding ourselves in the next coming months with it being a struggle to get engagement happening at what's an appropriate or what we think is going to help inform the next step or the completion of this report, we can revisit that, and if this timeline does change, I'm happy to bring that back to council and inform you that what you see on your screen right now has to be amended accordingly. Again, I can't commit to what that might look like because we need to get through these next few weeks and determine what that what the outcome of that is.
Great, thanks. I think I'm satisfied by that. My only concern, like I said, is, you know, obviously I would love to be part of the conversation, and, you know, after the election, maybe not. And so obviously that sounds great, but more importantly, from my perspective, it's about getting that engagement. And if that means that it's the next council who's voting on this, then so be it. I think that's the benefit of having a continuing body. But the most important part is that we get it right, that we get all the information possible so that we're presenting the best case, business case to our residents when we move forward with this, whether that's in a referendum or whatever that looks like. As we work through this, I think it's going to be really important that we have a really rock solid plan, that this is what we need and this is where what we can justify, and this is what's going to support, you know, the arts community, the ICE users that are going to be wanting to activate our downtown. So I'm excited by this overall. I just want to make sure that we're, you know, we're focused on the work rather than hard timelines, while still recognizing that I don't want to drag this on forever. Folks have waited a long time to get their chance at having suitable facilities in our community. So thanks very much, Acting Mayor. Thanks, folks, for your work. And also, I know there's quite a few people here from different interest groups. The arts community, I don't know if there's anybody from the ICE users. I don't see any familiar faces, but the engagement has been high, and really appreciate the input so far, and hopefully that this is satisfactory, and we'll continue to get that engagement throughout. Thanks.
Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Pololo. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I have perhaps similar concerns to Councillor Sampson on the timeline. I guess my question, and maybe it's been touched on a little bit, but what does project completion look like at the end of this cycle in September?
Yeah, through the acting mayor, and if I may, apologies for my use of condensed. I think we've proactively identified maybe some constraints or concerns with things, and we're proactively making sure that those that do need to be engaged are engaged. So I wanted to note that. With regards to the September delivery, it will be a clear roadmap of the opportunities presented. With that, will include some financial feasibility and concerns that have been flagged, some risks, some opportunities going forward with the different uses, as well as best practice recommendations for integrating those uses in the civic core. And then also identifying how to tee up, where to tee up those funding requirements and the capital requirements to proceed with these projects. Essentially providing a pretty clear go, no-go on the opportunities and the options that, again, will be discussed with staff and brought forward. And from there, also finding the phasing, so finding out which ones we would be able to implement initially, how to plan out the trade-offs in between, maybe bringing one facility offline while another one can come online. It'll be, I guess, an order of magnitude costing analysis. It won't be down to the exact pennies. That is a later phase. There won't be exact renderings of a new performing arts center, but we'll have a mock-up of where that might go and what that might look like. But and I think more crucially, a clear plan on those next things that need to keep going, and the path forward will be very well laid out.
Thank you. I appreciate that overview. I guess, just in terms of the financial analysis, and is there going to be like a projected timeline on, I'm making the assumption at some point that this, the downtown civic core as one of the financial options would require a referendum. And so, maybe that's a bold assumption, maybe that's not the case. I just am curious, is the, that cost benefit analysis piece of the plan when it comes back in September going to articulate that perhaps long timeline for those financial requirements and such?
To clarify, would you say one of our recommendations, are you asking if one of our recommendations might be to put forward a referendum as a result of the findings, or just identifying the gaps in the need for capital?
I mean, identifying the gaps in the need for capital, but if there is to be a question of whether a referendum is needed, will there be like a recommended timeline and such like that? So.
Shortly, yes. In short, yes, that number of how much is going to be needed will be broadly painted, and then I think there'll be an identification of where that would fall in other capital budget planning requirements as well, and then that can be laid out with a timeline. And in our financial feasibility analysis, that will be working in a timeline as well that will factor in the phasing trade-offs that are being made, and all that will come together to inform potentially a couple different timeline scenarios that would obviously be determined based on council direction and a couple other outcomes that come out of this phase of work and that would carry us into the next phase.
Thank you. I guess the reason I ask is that just kind of proving Councillor Sampson's point that council is a continuing body, and with this work continuing into the next term, I don't know that we need to be so tied to completing engagement before the election, because this work will obviously be continuing on afterwards. And so I do have some concerns over doing engagement in the summer months, and would rather see more fulsome engagement. I've seen the traps of that through provincial engagement on other files, so just wanting to make sure we're not falling into that trap ourselves. So just, just something to be conscientious of. Thanks for the overview, appreciate the presentation and looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. Thank you.
Councillor Klassen and then Bennett.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Polillo. Thank you very much for the update, and a number of my questions have been asked, but I just want a little bit of clarification on the parking and how is that being integrated early on, because I think with parking, especially when you're dealing with, like, our comparator cities are not exactly winter cities in the same way that we are, and winter is a major impact on especially on parking, and so if I could have some clarity on that as to where, when, and how it will be integrated.
So for the parking right now, for this place we're at with this work, this is taking a look at the demand, the trends, the needs, the actual space needs. Seating is a good example of that for the types of uses. What's going to come out of that is key recommendations of, I would say this is this stage of work is the data analysis to give you the objective information in order to base your decisions on moving forward on next steps. So one part of that is whatever decision is going to be made out of the outcomes of this work will be able to look at, okay, this is the use, this is the size, what have you, in order to inform what parking would look like in that example.
Okay, so you would say we're still well in advance of needing to look at that part.
Unless Erin has anything further on that one.
No, but I will note that we're looking at Grand Prairie and some other winter cities, and we definitely can appreciate the concerns of a winter city, and yeah.
Well, I would encourage us to look at Quebec, Montreal, and I think, yeah, because Grand Prairie's arts district is not very big, and probably not what we have in mind. So yeah, I would just encourage us to look at those cities. The other, you've already addressed reducing the taxpayer burden and looking at other funding, and like we've said before, there's, I mean, I know that work is continuing on the benefits, what is it called? No, the for major benefits? Projects, shared benefits, yes. So I know work is continuing on that. One other question I had was, in terms, are we looking seriously at a lot of donors and recognizing donors? I was recently at the Jewish Community Center in Vancouver, and nearly every wall and certainly every door has a sponsor name, donor name over it. And that was just, it felt like you were walking into history, actually, because, I mean, I didn't know any of them, but the names were there, and it was pretty neat. So just, that's a comment. What are we assuming going in that Copar Arena is going to be standing and that we will integrate it, or what's the assumption made there?
Through the acting mayor, we're not making any assumptions. We're evaluating and assessing standing, not standing, and looking at a wide range of scenarios. Those will get distilled, those will get distilled again. But yeah, no assumptions really going into this.
Okay, thank you. And so when you're talking about the distilling process, will the public have opportunity to engage at various stages there, or is it sort of like that they're only going to see one thing and only be able to address one plan? And I realize it's pretty, initial plan, but is that, how do you see that happening?
So for our distilling process, it's really going to be informed on the things that would inform a business case. So we're looking at what's working and what's not working already with the uses, where demand is sitting already and projected to go with these uses. So a lot of it is really at this stage, and what we're getting for this project is dollars and cents kind of information to build out that portion of the business case, on top of the work that has been done with regards to public engagement and more in-depth engagement with the user groups versus, say, the facility operators and managers. But ultimately, public engagement will come at a point when we're looking at fewer variables and puzzle pieces, and it's brought down to a more consolidated picture or couple of pictures. But again, this public engagement piece will come further down the line.
Okay, so not this summer, sorry.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the folks that we need to engage with in the summer months, we proactively have set some meeting blocks up. We've worked hard to schedule with them. But yeah, we're not concerned with public engagement for the summer months.
Okay. All right, well, I know that, I mean, the public, the taxpayer is the one who eventually foots the bill, and so I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to engage when it's still meaningful and not just a fait accompli. Okay, yeah, I think that answers my questions for now. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. And again, I think this is an exciting project that can really, again, I think, this council, previous councils have talked time and time again about how do you revitalize downtown, and I think this has the potential to do that. But I get to Councillor Sampson's point, like if we're going to do consultation, we need to make sure we do it right, especially. I think about, the opportunity that council had recently to go through COPAR and meet with the Spruce Kings and do that tour. I think it would be great if and when time allows for either this council or next council to have similar conversations with the arts community. I think, we following the COPAR tour, we heard lots of, I think, feedback about what's good, what's bad from residents about the building. We've heard concerns about parking, but then we've also heard a lot of feedback about how do we also make sure that we don't lose sight and continue the conversation about how do we grow and create a even stronger, vibrant arts community in town. So I think it would be good, again, for this councillor next to be able to have those ongoing conversations with arts before we dive even further in this, because I think, as Councillor Ramsey said, whoever's around this table making the decision will have the choice as to how to gather resident feedback. But I'm assuming it will potentially end up in referendum. So the stronger business case that we can have, and the more champions we have of this work, I think is going to be better. To the point I was actually getting in the queue to make, and this might be something under caller's consideration, is I had the opportunity when I was at FCM a couple of weeks back now to meet with a company who specializes in how do you combine charitable giving and philanthropy in with capital projects, and the Performing Arts Center was actually the one that first came to mind. But I think you can have those conversations around any key infrastructure. Is how do you bring in our community members, our local businesses who have passion for these initiatives to help lessen the taxpayer burden on these projects. So I guess through to Ms. Lloyd, is there an aspect of the business plan that would include how we can either look at something such as a capital campaign or a philanthropic campaign, or opportunities to increase revenue in other ways, such as additional rental agreements or leasable space or things to help offset the overall cost as part of the business strategy?
Through the acting mayor, absolutely. Thank you for that question. I think there's obviously a range of risks that come with different funding mechanism. Philanthropy is a risky endeavor to funding a project. It can be a lengthy timeline if you don't already have somebody or organization in mind. You could be caught spinning your wheels. So that's another thing we will be assessing, is what are the funding mechanisms available and what are the trade-offs there. But absolutely, I think that's one of the things that my team is really coming to this project with, is experience in these creative solutions that can include sell and lease back, so that there's money to fund these projects, but not a loss of the location or some in an area of town that can be so life-changing and community-changing. But at this stage in the project, we haven't really gone into the weeds to the exact opportunities that are available for the city of Prince George and the facilities in this area. So at this stage, I don't have a good, clear direction on which funding mechanisms might be most in alignment for what we produce as options. But definitely when it comes to finding the catered solution, the creative funding sourcing is what we do best, for sure.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a recommendation in front of us to approve or not. Would anyone like to move the? Thank you, Councillor Scott. Receive for information. Second. Councillor Klassen. All in favor, receive the report. Approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe we're going to go to E6. That is the 2025 annual report. And then maybe I might suggest we might take a brief break after that, maybe 5 minutes. We'll see if council is okay with that, but thank you so much. I'm proposing after. Yeah, I think they're ready to go. And I know Mr. Babich is going to introduce our annual report. I've had the pleasure of reading most of it, not all of it, but in the last 2 weeks since it was published. And Mr. Babich.
Great. Thank you very much, and good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. We're pleased to present the city's 2025 annual report this evening. I had to start just by noting that although the preparation of the annual report is an organization-wide effort, most of the heavy lifting is done by our communications and finance divisions, and I'd just like to say a special thank you to them for all the great work that they've done on this report. So the community charter requires municipalities to prepare an annual report that deals with not just the audited financial statements, but also with municipal services and operations for the previous year, and the municipality's progress on its corporate objectives. Some additional information that rounds out the annual report includes information regarding the permissive tax exemptions that are granted by council. The community charter requires that the annual report be prepared before June 30th and must be made available for inspection by members of the public. As required by the legislation, our annual report is being presented to City Council for approval at this open meeting after it was made available to the public for review and comment. So I'll be passing it over to Ms. Thwaites shortly to present an overview of the city's 4 strategic pillars as well as the 2025 accomplishments that are set out in the report. Following that, Mr. Dalio will walk you through the 2025 financial information. And as noted on your agenda, Tourism Prince George and the Library Board will then also be invited to make their presentations. And finally, it would be in order to consider any submissions from the public through Mr. Anderson. So with that, over to you now, Ms. Thwaites, for an overview of the report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Babich. As referenced in the title slide, the theme for the 2025 report is the CN Centre's 30th birthday. I also just really quickly want to acknowledge my team member, Kendall Robertson. As Mr. Babich said, it's a collaborative effort, but Ms. Robertson is the staff member who leads the annual report ship every year, and it is a very big undertaking, and she does it with patience and grace. So, in regards to the projects in the annual report, they fit into our 4 strategic pillars, and some major milestones from 2025 include the updated official community plan that was approved after several rounds of revisions, multiple public hearings, and 2 years of engagement with the community. Prince George accomplished 104% of its 1-year provincial housing target, which began on August the 1st, 2024. The city saw another record-breaking year for building permits, with 431 permits issued for a value of more than $314 million.
We saw amazing facility improvements at Connaught Hill Park and Clayton Tenay Memorial Park, which were completed for the community to enjoy. The 2025 Special Olympics BC Summer Games saw more than 800 athletes compete in Prince George in July. The city was successful with its application to the BC Supreme Court to close the Lower Patricia Boulevard entrenched encampment. As always, ageing infrastructure remains top of mind for the city. Several initiatives are continuing this year that got a start in 2025, including planning for the Aquatic Centre renovations and the creation of a new stormwater utility fee. The report is full of other important work that was completed in 2025 and items that are ongoing in 2026. In terms of capital projects and road rehabilitation, more than 57 lane kilometres of roads were rehabilitated in 2025 and nearly 6,000 metres of sidewalks were repaired or installed. Road maintenance remains one of the top infrastructure priorities according to residents through our annual budget surveys. Crews also made some major progress upgrading underground water, sewer and stormwater systems in 2025. More projects include the Tabor Streetlight Replacement Project. Ageing streetlights between 15th and 1st Avenue were upgraded over the summer months. The park upgrades at Ferguson Lake Nature Reserve, Connaught Hill Park, Clayton Tenay Memorial Park, and a handful of sports courts and fields. A new skylight at the downtown branch of the Public Library, and many more that you can read about in the report. New to the annual report this year was a page dedicated to public engagement, as Council approved the addition of an engagement coordinator for the Communications Division in 2025, which furthered their direction in 2024 to increase public engagement opportunities for residents. In 2025, the city continued to expand and strengthen its approach to community engagement, supporting informed decision-making across a range of projects, plans and initiatives. Engagement activities were designed to provide accessible, inclusive opportunities for residents to share their perspectives and help shape city priorities. Notably, the first City Fest event took place in May and featured 20 different city divisions. Awards and achievements. The city successfully completed a WorkSafe BC Certificate of Recognition audit for 2025 with a score of 91%. The COR certification is awarded to employers who are dedicated to proactively improving workplace safety. The city won 2 awards at the North Central Local Government Association Conference in Prince Rupert, Environmental Stewardship for Natural Asset Management and Economic Development for creating the BC Hydrogen Hub. The city also won 2 awards from the Life Saving Society for highest participation in lifeguard and bronze programs for a population of 50,000 to 100,000 residents. I've kept this very short, but there's a lot more in the report and you should all read it. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Dalio.
Thank you. I always, part of our orientation with new employees, I always tell them to absolutely go to the first half of the annual report. It's very reader friendly and it'll tell you kind of everything that we're doing, successes and whatever's going on in the community. And then the second half is where it really takes off, the super exciting stuff, where it's just pages and numbers and data. So the financial statements information is in here. I won't speak overly long about it as there's a report to council embedded in the annual report for myself. Contains some financial statements that were independently audited by KPMG. We got a clean audit opinion, which is always good news. The consolidated financial statements also include what we call the other controlled entities. So that's why the Public Library and Tourism Prince George are part of this presentation. Their financials get rolled into ours. These have already been approved at the Finance and Audit Committee level. We had a May 15th deadline. Council delegates that authority to the Finance and Audit Committee to review and approve the financial statements. The report that's embedded in the annual report, it discusses some of the major financial highlights. So it's got top 10 capital projects by level of expenditure. It's got a 10-year history on the capital spending and how the city has funded that spending. And it also gives some high-level information on reserve funds and the investments performance summary of those funds. It has debt costs incurred by the city, and it goes into our liability servicing limits. So lastly, the community charter also requires that we detail out all of our tax exemptions. So those are permissive tax exemptions and revitalization tax exemptions. You'll see a list of those at the tail end of the financial information as well. Again, all of this has already gone through the Finance and Audit Committee. Happy to answer any further questions council may have, but it has already been through council once, so I'll leave it there.
I have Councillor Bennett in the queue, then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you very much. Just very quick, huge kudos to the comms team for the work on the video this year. I think it was a great way to showcase the annual report. Second favorite video of the year. My first, it was No Mayor You having a date with Harvey. But I thought that was a great way to showcase the annual report. And I think it's also just incredibly important to highlight the success of CityFest. I know that this annual report is actually talking about CityFest 2 years ago. We've had one since, which I think was even bigger success. And I know that stemmed from a conversation at Finance and Audit where we challenged staff to look at how do we consult with the public in a different way than just inviting them to come and make a presentation in a stuffy formal setting. I think it's just important to give thanks and kudos to staff for taking that challenge and creating something pretty great than just sitting here. I think the mall consultation, the City Hall and the mall was also another really great initiative. So I think that's all for me for the annual report, but just kudos to comms and the entire staff team.
Thanks. Councillor Purcell.
Thanks. Similar to Councillor Bennett, kudos definitely in the day-to-day lunchbox work of approving different roads, water, sewer. We don't get to see the big picture, so once in a while we get to see this great piece of all the work that the employees are doing, but then the broader picture of the great events that are shaping Prince George for an entire year. This is always a good yearbook for the city, so thank you, and please pass on kudos to the entire team. And to Mr. Dalio, yes, the last half is engrossing. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. I'll just add, it's amazing how much work is being done. And when you go through the annual report, you really appreciate it. This is a busy place, and we've got wonderful, dedicated, hardworking employees, and I'm proud to be part of that team. So, Councillor Ramsey.
Thanks, Councillor Palillo, Chair. I was trying to find a stat in last year's report to compare. I should have thought of it before, but it didn't until now, so I was waiting till the last minute to get in, but I'll just leave it and ask it after an email. Just thanks to staff for all of the work on the annual report. I know a great deal of work goes into putting it together, and despite Mr. Dalio's comment alluding to the fact that the latter half of the report is the boring part, I actually think it provides a lot of insights into the operations of the city, and looking at even just the capital projects. I think it references 101 capital projects from last year that our staff accomplished. You can look at our top 10 projects that are debt funded or over $1 million, and those are just important pieces of information. I think the city's finances get criticized heavily. I think there's statements made quite often that the city's projects are all over budget, but we have a lot of public information that shows that that's just not accurate and not true. We track a lot of that information at Finance and Audit. It's available in the annual report. Some of those tables in the financial statements, you can see why we borrow, which I think is just such an incredibly important piece of information, because municipal finance is so backwards from how your own personal retail finance works. In the real world, mortgage rates and lending can range from anywhere from, I think right now 3.75 upwards to 6+%, depending on, when you got your term, and, to see that we're borrowing through the municipal finance authority at less than that, and we're earning more on our investments. It's really important. It's one of the financial strategies that we can utilize to help taxpayers' money go further. So there's a great deal of value in the annual report for me, and it's not just our comms team and every other city department, but a lot of that financial reporting is done by our finance team, and I just want to say thanks to Mr. Dalio and his team especially. It's a lot of work, so really appreciate everything that goes in here, and I think next year we'll have an even more exciting report, because I think we're going to be unloading, perhaps maybe in I don't know if it's this year or next year, but unloading our new client for the district energy system, increasing the number of greenhouse gas emissions diverted. So I think that's going to be a nice added benefit there to see. And the question I was trying to find out, I had thought that our greenhouse gases diverted was over 7,000 last year, and this year it's over 5,900. But so I thought maybe there was a drop, but I'll go back and investigate it and maybe email staff if my brain remembers a year ago what the greenhouse gas emissions rates were properly. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramsey. Thank you. I think we'll welcome up Tourism Prince George for their presentation. Christine Block, Board Chair, Scott McWalter, Executive Director. You see our city team presented a very succinct presentation. I'm expecting the same, Mr. McWalter.
I don't know if we can.
Yeah. And I see Jennifer up there from the library. Yeah, we're expecting. They'll be presenting next. Mr. McWalter, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Scott McWalter, Executive Director with Tourism Prince George, and I'm greeted here today by our new board for 2 months and counting now, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Chrissy Block, new board chair for Tourism Prince George. So thank you.
And not just that, but Chrissy is also one of our amazing local volunteers who is organizing this Saturday's Chris Yip Memorial Grand Fondo. Over 200 athletes in attendance, and they're going to be starting at the Nangasang Container Market, activating that beautiful space at 850 Canada Games Way. So thank you, Christy.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, so tonight we're going to be talking about the annual report from 2025 for Tourism Prince George. And there's 3 real words that come to mind when reviewing this report, and that is momentum, collaboration, and meaningful progress. And we're going to be looking at an overview of our 6 strategic pillars with Tourism Prince George throughout this report, soon to become 4 as we unleash our new strategic planning in 2027. And that is marketing, business development, destination development, visitor services, industry engagement, and organizational effectiveness. We've had some overarching goals as well that you can see throughout this annual report. Top of this list really is increasing the positive image of Prince George as a welcoming and inclusive destination, not just to visitors, but to our city residents as well. Increase tourism revenues and diversify economic activity. Support and facilitate industry development, as well as market readiness for tourism products and tourism experiences, and grow in our partner engagement and satisfaction, which includes the City of Prince George. Let's get into some marketing highlights from this annual report of 2025. That includes a substantial amount of content creation from our marketing division within Tourism Prince George, which is also strengthening the Base Camp to Adventure brand of TPG. We brought up 8 influencers in total in 2025 from all walks of life, helping activate not just our social channels, but theirs as well. That brings a lot of the spotlight to Prince George and the great community we have here. We had close to 3,000 downloads of the Take On PG podcast that Tourism Prince George produces. And we participated in a few co-op programs, which is actually a partnership with other DMOs, destination marketing organizations from throughout the north. One was ReBC, another one was Hey Kid, and we recently also released the Route 16 co-op, which showcases everything from the Jasper border, from Mount Robson area to Prince Rupert for different motorcycle rides, and there's a lot of uptick on that on our social media channels. Into the business development highlights of 2025, Tourism Prince George supported 35 different events in total. There's a few examples on there, from our Cold Snap Music Festival to BC Special Olympics and various tournaments happening at the Prince George Youth Soccer Association. We supported 4 new events and also secured 2 major bids for events that really increased the visitor economy here in Prince George. NCLGA conference, as well as the Canadian Native Fastball Championship, which is happening next month in late July and early August. It's going to bring over 80 teams to this city and over 1,000 athletes. For destination development highlights, we were able to once again accentuate our passport trails, our bites, flights, and sites, hit the trails and our patio trails. Those again are activated this year. We launched the Nangasan Container Market in 2025, and we're already getting record-breaking attendance and activations throughout this summer season. We supported the growth of new tourism products as well as visitor experience enhancements. That includes the accessibility, which Destination BC is really strong on right now with our virtual 360 accessibility tour map, where you can go on to Tourism Prince George's website. You can go to different businesses, different hotels, different events, and you can check what the accessibility is of these events or destinations ahead of time. And we also revealed a new container market mural as well at the Nangasan. We've undertook new products and new initiatives that are going to help with different bid packages for Tourism Prince George, including Green Step certification. And we also expanded different farm tours to over 25 unique farm-based experiences. From a visitor services standpoint, in 2025, we saw the move from the First Avenue location of our Visitor Information Center to 850 Canada Games Place, right in between our friends at the Prince George Library and the PGCCC. In total revenue for the Visitor Information Center last year, we had just over $80,000, which was close to double at our First Avenue location. And this year, we're actually on par for guaranteed 6 figures. So the new location is showing strong retail growth. This morning, we had visitors from Italy, which our acting mayor would approve, and we've had lots of European guests. A little bit of a slowdown in US travelers, but that road to Alaska is still a hot bucket list item, so we still have that sustained traffic there as well. We distributed over 8,800 experience guides last year, and we have our new experience guide that we just launched 2.5 weeks ago. If you don't have your copy yet, feel free to download it online or swing by our Visitor Information Center to get one. And we also distributed over 4,000 brochures. We engaged over 12,000 visitors, attended 11 mobile events. And if anybody was at Clayton Today Memorial Park this past weekend, you would have seen Tourism Prince George in a mobile setup at the festivities. And we also had 10 new Basecamp blogs. For industry outreach, we had over 22 partner visits. This includes our various stakeholders. We had 13 industry presentations, over 22 business-to-business newsletters, 87 media appearances, and 16 media releases distributed throughout the year. From an organizational effectiveness standpoint, we have new leadership in place. I stepped into the executive director position on November 24th of 2025, and we also had 2 long-term team members with Tourism Prince George that we said farewell to. And we had created a new visitor counselor lead position to help augment the current strong roster we already have at Tourism Prince George. In terms of board governance, we welcomed 6 new board members to our team of 11, and we also had 5 board members return to the team. And to wrap things up, we're going to go over some of the financial highlights. So our municipal regional district tax, the revenue growth you could see from 2021 has increased for 3 straight years to 2023 where it peaked. And then we saw a slight decrease in 2024 and again in 2025. If anecdotally, we're looking at the first quarter of 2026, we've had a strong January and a very strong March. February was a little low, but for example, our MRDT revenue for March of 2026 was $40,000 over forecast. So we're looking at a strong last couple of months, and we expect, just from talking to local hoteliers, that the last couple of months are going to be over forecast as well, which is what we want. In terms of 2025's total revenue, we had just under $2.5 million in revenue. Expenses from that revenue in operating, we had $603,527. Total wages were just over $860,000. And our total marketing, which is where the majority of our spend goes, because we get the best job in the world marketing this fine community of ours, that was $1,074,771. And that is what we call the 2025 annual report from Tourism Prince George.
Thank you very much. No questions? Oh, there we go. Another pop up.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I should have held my comments about you never really get a sense of how many events there are going on in Prince George until you see the PG annual report, and then Tourism Prince George comes along and knocks it out of the park. Well, quite literally with the all-native fastball tournament as well. Looks like a great year for the last year, and things are looking up for this year as well. What's the biggest thing to anticipate over the next 5 months?
Good question. What I'm most excited about is this Canadian Native Fastball Championship Tournament. And that is the biggest sporting event that we have between now and the Christmas season. And just the ability to have, in the middle of summer, this city come alive with these 80 teams from not just across BC or Western Canada, but across the country. And with that, we've got all of our hotels filled up. There's just going to be a vibrancy at all the fields, a lot of the civic facilities, and a lot of volunteers are required too. And that's where Prince George is at its absolute best, where the community's working together on that common goal to welcome these visitors, to show them a great time, and to make sure that when they leave the city, they're saying great things about us and they're coming back.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. McWalter. And Ms. Block, thank you.
Councillor Ramsey.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just love your guys' brand and seeing all that you're doing, and it's just really nicely wrapped up in the annual report. So appreciate you guys coming to council. I, in my duties through UBCM, have had the opportunity to tour a lot of the province, visiting areas I've never been before. I got to go to Revelstoke and Trail for the different area association AGMs and really see how each of their tourism organizations, plays a role in each of their communities and how it's really integrated. So it's been really interesting to see the compare and contrast. And I can just say off the hop, having seen all of those different other associations, that I'm really proud of the work that our Tourism Prince George does. I think just on the provincial stage, we're punching above our weight. So just kudos to you and the team. I think one of the most interesting presentations I had seen was on the Film Commission in the Kootenay Boundary area and the work they're doing to really recruit television series. That's like the bread and butter, I'm told, is if you can get a television series that's there for a long time. So that's the type of work their tourism team is doing in partnership with the Film Commission. And I had been chatting with Clint Fraser from Destination BC, and I said, hey, what's the equivalent of the film commission in Prince George? And he had said, well, actually, it's Tourism Prince George. They're, apparently you guys are in that realm of that work because it doesn't really live anywhere else. So I just was curious what type of work you are doing in that film commission sphere, and if anything at all, because it just doesn't seem like it's landed anywhere. But his impression had been, when I had chatted with him, that it sort of lives with tourism, but it's sort of on a bunch of different desks. So just kind of curious from your perspective on that.
Well, through acting mayor to Councillor Ramsey, great point there, because I would love to see kind of the reinvigoration of Hollywood North, where if you were to go back in time 15, 18 years ago, it felt like we had so much traction with, there's that Stephen King movie, Dreamcatcher, there was Reindeer Games that was filmed up in the heart and throughout the community, and there's another one, Double Jeopardy. We haven't really had much momentum like that since. So as far as I know, the actual Film Commission side is part of Northern BC Tourism Association, and then Tourism Prince George plays a supporting role, like maybe helping with locations or different venues to film in. So in terms of that being a priority, it's something that we haven't even discussed in our latest round of strategic planning, but luckily we're still in the stage of that where we're taking in different feedback and different consultation, and we'll be meeting with different partners and stakeholders over the next few months. And I'll make sure that that's brought to the table and is a discussion point.
I just, you walk down the street in Revelstoke and in Trail, and you see these, there's so much potential for filming and production there. And I thought Prince George has got, we've seen a couple films here. We've got so much potential for it. And there's so many opportunities to bring economic development dollars through that work here. So it had been something that had piqued my interest, and I went to a workshop when I was at AKBLG, and we spent about 45 minutes in a room. There's probably 70 elected officials in there, and they played some music. This was tourism that ran it. They played some scary music, and they said, okay, think of a location that's got these elements, and then write it down. They play the next song, and think of, romantic cottage locations in your community, write it down. And at the end of this workshop, this film commission, through their tourism board, had probably 200 different scouting locations that they didn't have to go and do that legwork for, and they were able to just turn around and ask the community to go and take photos. Now they've got a catalog, so that when they're getting requests from these production companies looking for locations that they're scouting, they have this lookbook essentially. And there were some really interesting pieces as well around training people for these types of productions. And someone had asked the question, do you have to train people in advance? And they had said the best time to train people is 3 weeks before the production shows up. And I thought, that seems reasonable. That seems like something we can do. So I'm more curious to see how we can get into this, because it feels like we've dipped our toe in a little bit a couple times, but we haven't thrown our whole body into the lake. So just wondering, maybe, I'm curious, maybe I'll just email you and we can chat about it more offline, but it just seems like such a great opportunity for us. So yeah, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. And Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much. Just keeping it short, I know we spoke a lot about MDRT and the hotel tax, for those who don't know that acronym, well, when you present it to finance and audit. So just if there's increased advocacy we can do, around, especially if we are seeing an impact due to short-term rentals or things like that, just please keep an open line of communication with council. And while we're talking about last year's annual report, I will just want to give a huge shout out. Love your new family size city campaign that you guys just launched. Hit really close to home. But it's a brilliant campaign that showcases the family side of our community. So kudos to tourism for that, and to Six Sigma, who did the work behind the scenes.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. And that praise really goes to the marketing team, Rhea and Alina at Tourism Prince George. But I met with Jason with Six Sigma Productions this morning, and we've got some more exciting productions coming out in 2027, as well as a winter version of the Family Size City campaign. So stay tuned for awesomeness.
Yeah, and I just agree. The videos that you produce are just high quality, and I think are a very effective tool in promoting our city and our region. Councillor Scott.
Acting Mayor, thank you. And tourism, thank you. I'm going to steal outrightly from Councillor Sampson from a visit we had last week in Ottawa, and I'm going to ask you a different question. What keeps you awake at night?
Well, through acting mayor to Councillor Scott, what keeps me up at night is just the anticipation for our upcoming Foodie Friday, because I am so excited for that. It's hard to sleep. But in terms of what keeps me up at night, I would say I would actually retroactively answer that question to when I first started in the role, and that was just over 6 months ago, really trying to establish a full roster, a full team at Tourism Prince George. And that organization hasn't had a full team in close to 2 years, and it really deserves that. So we've hired a new communications and engagement specialist, a new marketing specialist. We have a new director of finance and corporate services individual that's going to be joining our team within the next 2 months. And that's something that's kept me up for the last 6 months. And now that we're finally getting to that team roster, it's an organization that deserves to be fully staffed, and it will be soon. And once we are, I'm just going to say, watch out, because it's going to be exciting, and we're going to accomplish the mission, especially with our 5-year strategic plan coming into place in early 2027. We're going to accomplish the mission that we're set out to do.
That is so exciting to hear. One of the conversations that we've all had with citizens is tourism doesn't market to me. And I always think, well, you're already here. And there is so much information available through tourism about Prince George. You got to go visit. For those that are listening, go visit Tourism Prince George. Thank you for all you do.
Councillor Klassen.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor Palillo. I appreciate what you were saying there about what keeps you up at night. What keeps me up at night is the anticipation that we might actually eventually be able to see a return of passenger rail from Prince George to Vancouver, and the amazing potential that that would open up. So that's would be pretty exciting. But on the until that happens, in the meantime, what are you doing to sort of try to keep track of what targets you're hitting? Like, because you were saying earlier, American travel is a little bit down from previous years, European travel. Are you keeping track of sort of who comes in, who, like, do you have a way to track online visits? Like, how's that going?
Yes, through acting mayor to Councillor Klassen, we keep track of everything. We keep track of the number of visitors that we have on a daily basis, where they're coming from, if they're leaving with experience guides, if they're leaving with maps, brochures, what kind of questions they're asking. So we are keeping track of all of this information, and we're utilizing that to tailor our different offerings and our marketings and our programmings to different tourism trends. For example, Councillor Scott was just talking about Prince George residents and trying to incentivize them to come down to the Visitor Information Center. We are noticing that a lot of Prince George residents are electing not to go on those U.S. trips that they might traditionally go on every summer or winter, and they're staying in the Prince George doing more staycation type events, or they might be exploring the region. Anecdotally, just in a conversation I had with Bobby, the owner of Salmon Valley Campground yesterday, they have a phenomenal snack shack there. Yes. She was saying that the same thing, where they have the perennial U.S. travelers that are making their way north, but this year the trend has been a substantial amount of Prince George residents deciding to, we're just going to take advantage of everything we have in our backyard and spend our money here, add to the Prince George visitor economy.
Yes, I actually stayed out too late last night at Salmon Valley Campground. I forgot my other question because I was thinking about that and it was, such a long night.
If I may, Councillor
Yes.
Klassen, further to Scott's point, on the board, it is a privilege to have people who are very closely connected to the hotel industry, airport transportation, or air service transportation as well. So those are other ways that Tourism Prince George is able to gather information on who's coming to Prince George and what are they doing here, so.
Right, that reminds me about I think you were working, I didn't hear you mention it, the 2 or 3 night stay in Prince George, like sort of a tour guide plan or something like that. I think we talked about that at one point, maybe not, maybe it wasn't you.
Yeah, through acting mayor, back to Councillor Klassen, we do have different itineraries that are available, everything from our experience guide to our website, or just those one-on-one conversations at our visitor information center. And that can be anything from a 1, 2, 3 night stay to a 2-week stay in Prince George. In fact, last Tuesday, there were 60 individuals in town for the UHNBC Acute Care Tower project. And we met with them, the Tourism Prince George team and I, and we distributed experience guides and we talked about the variety of different things to do and see in Prince George. And these individuals, they're excited to be here. And they're excited not just about this record-breaking 5.5-year project that's commenced, but what they get to do while they're in the north, primarily Prince George. So the momentum, in my opinion, in this city is only going to get stronger and stronger over the next half decade, and residents and visitors to this city should be excited.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor. I'll keep it quick. It's all been said, but thanks very much to both of you for the presentation. The thing that I found really great to see in your report was, in particular, there was lots, was the relocation, the new location of the information center. I will admit I was enthusiastic about it, but had some skepticism when moving from First Avenue there, thinking if that was going to be the best location for your organization or not, but wanted to trust the experts, and I'm glad we did because it's proven. My only, and I'm glad that it seems like it's not just locals, which was a concern, that are taking up the opportunity to engage with you more. It does seem like your visitor and your traffic is high from those out-of-town folks, which is obviously the core purpose as well, right? My only question is, what kind of ongoing review is tourism doing to make sure that that stays the best location? Obviously, we don't want you just moving willy-nilly, but as trends change, we heard when you moved to this location that certain types of traffic were changing, certain types of folks interacting with the info center, how they interacted were changing, pop-up centers were growing. So what kind of work do you do on an ongoing basis to make sure that this is the prime location, or maybe trends change and when it's time to move again, that you're going to be prepared to do so?
Yeah, through acting mayor to Councillor Sampson, that is a phenomenal question. I guess proactively, it's something that we should be aware of, that trends are continuously changing. And right now, our focus has been on the increase of visitor traffic as well as the increase in revenue. So with those numbers going up, that actually hasn't been a priority to start evaluating other potential options down the road. But it's never too early to have those kind of proactive solutions or that kind of proactive thinking in place. So thank you for that. And there's also one more thing I want to add, is the fact that this new location has been so sensational for Prince George. A large part of that is because of the team at the Prince George Conference and Civic Center. They've been extraordinarily welcoming, extraordinarily helpful, and there's been a few growing pains with the move, but they're always there to help. So to the team there, there's not anybody here representing them, but it's a major, well, Andy, but there's a major kudos to them because they've made the process of the move a heck of a lot easier than it could have been.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. I think you got good neighbors at the Civic Center, at the library. You guys are, seems like a good team. The art gallery to make that plaza a real hub for Prince George. So thanks very much for really integrating and jumping in with both feet. And I don't want my previous question to imply that you should be looking to move. It's just I appreciate that your team does engage with other tourism organizations, particularly in Western Canada, and identifying where those trends are going. I think that'll help you stay responsive and help us keep our info center in the as relevant as possible for as long as possible. So thanks. Last question, you and I had a chance to chat about this a little while back. Something that I had seen in my travels, kind of a opportunity to curate the content in your community. And I brought it up years ago during an annual report with tourism, but curious if what your thoughts are. So the concept, more of a stand that folks can put their phone in, and it curates what the photo that they're taking is, gives them a chance to be hands-free. They can set the timer and go be in the photo if that's what they want, or gives them a chance to get the perfect picture of Prince George wherever they are, whether that's the Cut Banks, downtown, in the plaza, wherever it may be. What kind of initiative can Tourism Prince George take in partnership with the city to help build out some of that infrastructure that's giving people a great experience when they're here, not just attracting them to come, but helping implement their experience here?
Yes, through Acting Mayor to Councillor Sampson, again, we've taken the initiative of putting a phenomenal individual in the new Director of Business and Destination Development. So that's one of our top priorities, not just for that concept, but for a wayfinding strategy to work with the city in partnership on that as a whole. And in addition to that, we've brought in new communications engagement specialist who is a fresh graduate from UNBC in her master's degree, and one of her core competencies is grant funding. So we are going to be going after a lot of grants in the foreseeable future. And the good news is there's a lot of them available for signage and wayfinding and tourism concepts like the one that you just discussed.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you both. Thanks, Acting Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to Foodie Friday, the FIFA Watch Party upcoming. I know next year, a couple of big events with the Junior All-Native Fastball, or June basketball tournament that's coming, and I know PGYSA is hosting provincials next year as well, so exciting times ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
We'll welcome our friends from the Prince George Public Library, Board Chair Jennifer Wilczek, and Paul Burry, Library Director. And then we'll wrap up our annual report. By the way, I like the mustache, Scott.
2.5 years.
Yeah. Who's starting? Miss Wilczek? Okay. By the way, that reminds me, I have to come see you. I think I got an appointment.
We're closed tomorrow.
Oh, bye. Go ahead.
Good evening, Acting Mayor Polillo and members of council. My name is Jennifer Wilczek, and I am the chair of the Library Board. Joining me this evening is the Library Director, Paul Burry. We are pleased to present the library's annual report for 2025. The Library Board is responsible for the governance of the public library under the authority of the Library Act of BC. The board provides financial oversight, develops strategic priorities and organizational policies, and advocates for the library on behalf of the community. We thank our library trustees for their willingness to share their passion and expertise on behalf of the library, with a very special thanks to our former board chair, Anna Duff, who is currently in the final year of an 8 years of service with the library board. As a municipal public library, PGPL is funded mainly by the City of Prince George, which contributes just over $4 million to the library's revenue in 2025. An additional $525,000 was contributed by the Regional District of Fraser-Fort George, and just over $344,000 by the provincial government, of which there's approximately $125,000 which came from the one-time provincial enhancement grant. We are very grateful to our funders, that's a funny word, funders, for their ongoing support for the important work at the public library. The library continues to develop additional revenue sources to assist in funding special events and projects, including in-kind donations from local businesses. For example, the upcoming installment of Touch a Truck event at the Canada Games Plaza is supported by Tourism Prince George, who is sponsoring mini train rides and access to the Nazgatan Nan Guzan Container Market. In addition, Save On Foods and Integris Credit Union are providing barbecue hot dogs and refreshments by donation for attendees. And so thank you to all of our funding partners. In 2025, funds from internal sources and fundraising added $137,000 to the library revenue.
Library events and programs continue to be popular with the community members in 2025. Almost 35,000 people participated in more than 1,300 program offerings in 2025, a slight decrease from the record numbers in 2024. One of the biggest library events of the year was the 40th Annual Gene Clark Awards, hosted at the Civic Center in February of 2025. More than 150 people attended this special anniversary of the awards. The event honors the legacy of Gene Clark, who served on the library board from 1978 to 1984 and was a founding member of the library's local history committee. The first Gene Clark Awards ceremony was held in 1985, and the event is going strong 40 years later. The 2025 awards were also special because the Service Award was presented posthumously to the late Chuck Chin in honor of his many years of photography documenting the history and beauty of our community. As part of honoring Chuck Chin's contributions to promoting the history of Prince George, the library worked with local photographer Philomena Hughes to create an exhibition of his photography that was displayed in the main stairwell of the downtown library during the month of February.
The vision of the Prince George Public Library is to foster a vibrant, inclusive, thriving community. In alignment with the strategic plan of the City of Prince George, PGPL is focused on welcoming people of all backgrounds and abilities and creating opportunities for community members to connect with each other in safe public spaces. In addition to the many programs and events held within the library's 2 branches, PGPL staff also participated in many of the large community events in the city. Events like the National Indigenous Peoples Day and Touch a Truck help to strengthen the library's relationships with the local businesses and other community organizations while engaging community members of all ages in educational fun experiences. And I would just like to highlight how fun that is and how much we all enjoyed that at the board. Library performance measures in 2025 continue to illustrate the community's strong support for and reliance on library services, collections, and programs. While borrowing of physical resources like books and DVDs declined slightly in 2025, digital borrowing, in-person visits, and website usage all increased over their 2024 totals. Library branches were very busy with in-person visits throughout 2025, welcoming almost 200,000 people. Use of the Bob Harkins branch remained high throughout the fall despite being closed for several days during the replacement of the skylight on the roof in the branch, but we are very grateful for that upgrade, so thank you for that.
Analysis of cost per use metrics in the library's 2025 budget presentation highlighted the significant value returned to our community from the investment made in the public library. The charts included on the following 2 slides incorporate performance numbers for 2025 into the cost per use analysis since 2020. Each cost per use measure is calculated by dividing the total revenue for the year by the total for the metric displayed on the chart. The values do not represent the actual cost of providing the specific library service depicted by the chart. With borrowing of physical and digital resources continuing to be strong in 2025, the cost per item borrowed dropped to a 5-year low of $5.50. Cost per visit, which includes in-person and website visits, remained steady at $8.61, a slight increase over 2024, but a 16% drop since 2020. Both the number of new patrons joining the library and the number of program attendees decreased over the record numbers from 2024. This resulted in slight increases in the cost per patron added and the cost per program participant. With 3,200 new patrons joining the library in 2025 and almost 35,000 program participants, the community continues to enjoy a high rate of return for its investment in the public library. Staff training and development was a focus of 2025 at PGPL. Several staff members participated in the BC Library Conference in Nanaimo, and staff took advantage of various other training sessions throughout the year. In 2025, new manager of communications, Larissa Cotildis, successfully completed the 6-month LEAD program, a national leadership development program focused on preparing the next generation of library leaders. Larissa was awarded the Maggie Weaver Trust Fellowship, earning a $4,500 subsidy for the cost of attending the LEAD program. Larissa began at PGPL as a library page in the year 2010 and has been with PGPL for 16 years. In addition to that, I had the honor of joining the LEAD program as a learning guide in 2025. One of the most significant opportunities for staff training and development in 2025 was the Beyond Hope Library Conference held at the Civic Center and Courtyard Marriott Hotel June 9th and 10th. Organized and hosted entirely by PGPL staff, the biennial conference welcomes library workers from public, school, academic, and special libraries from across the region and around BC. Beyond Hope 2025 welcomed 185 conference delegates, a 28% increase over the 2023 conference. 55% of conference participants traveled to the conference from outside of Prince George. PGPL fundraising and partner sponsorships brought in over $28,000 to assist in hosting the conference. Feedback from conference delegates attests to the great work PGPL staff do to create an excellent conference experience that rivals much larger library conferences and attracts visitors to Prince George every 2 years. Plans are already underway for Beyond Hope 2027.
In April of 2025, the Library Board launched the All Hands on Deck fundraising project in support of the planned upgrades to the deck space at the Bob Harkins branch downtown, hosting an open house on the deck to start conversation about what the deck space could look like. The project's $100,000 fundraising target was intended to enhance the deck space with seating options, natural elements, interactive structures, and other features once the required engineering upgrades are completed by the City of Prince George. The Friends of the Library launched the fundraising efforts with a $10,000 donation. Other organizations and private individuals have made contributions large and small. We were very impressed by the strength and enthusiasm of the community support for this initiative. In early 2026, the Prince George Community Foundation approved a donation of $100,000 to fully fund the project. We are grateful for their generosity, or for the generosity of the Community Foundation, and for their confidence in the library as a partner. The level of support for this project is a testament to the importance and value of the public library in the community. We at the library are very grateful to the City of Prince George for the City of Prince George's continued investment in the success of the public library, including upgrades to the library building such as the new skylight completed at the Bob Harkins branch in 2025. Whether renovating existing facilities, maintaining the Knowledge Garden, or beautifying the Canada Games Plaza, city staff do so much to help ensure that our community members continue to have a safe and attractive public facilities to enjoy. We greatly appreciate this commitment to creating places for community connection. The success of the public library in our community starts with the passion and talent of staff members who care deeply about the mission of the library and working to build a thriving community. Librarian Patricia Gibson, pictured here with her colleague Laura at the Austin Affair Tea Party in December of 2025, recently retired following 20 years of service with PGPL. We are so grateful for dedicated staff committed to providing library services and programs to our patrons. The library's updated branding and logo were launched in 2025. A newly designed website appeared in early 2026. We are so pleased that the library users are connecting to the message of our new brand identity. PGPL's new slogan captures as simply as possible what we strive for every day: to welcome everyone in our community to read, connect, and share at the library. Thank you for your continued support of the library. Paul and I are pleased to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wilczek. Mr. Burry. Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Polillo, and thank you for the presentation. It's a pleasure to serve under you, Dr. Wilczek, and to work with you, Mr. Burry. I think what this highlights isn't just how popular Prince George Public Library is and always has been. This also highlights that when council asks for things, you deliver, but it's not just council asking, it's the community. From the Austin Tea Party to the wicked costumes, what we're seeing is that a wide range of Prince George community is being served, asks for things, and you deliver for them as well. What you didn't touch on, we could go on and on for hours. The tutoring services, you mentioned Touch a Truck in passing, but you closed on one of my favorite events, which is the teen art competition. I've got a room in my house, and every year I add one little piece of art. But what you get to see is the upcoming talent in Prince George. So the wide range, the diversity, and the responsiveness of the board, it's no surprise that that is a central part. Libraries aren't luxuries. Libraries are necessities in community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And thank you for your presentation. I have been actively reading in between all my council packages, and I'm on book 12 of the year so far. So I'm really trying to hit that Goodreads goal of 24 books in 2026. Although I should have done 26 books maybe in 2026. We'll see if I can maybe increase my reading speed. I read a lot on my Kobo, downloading books from the library. It's such a great asset to have. It was Overdrive, now it's Libby. So it's just really great. I got my library card number in my note, so in case I don't have my library card on me, I can still borrow. And it's just really such a great piece to be able to take the library with you wherever you go, especially for someone who's doing a lot of travel this year in my other role. So that piece I really appreciate. I live next door to your former board chair. And we had a nice chat last week about library collections kind of changing with, they're becoming maybe less complex, maybe easier books as, at least in the elementary schools, as reading habits change. So I was just curious what type of changes you're seeing to the library collection, and are you seeing, less long form, more short form, just as, people seem to really like the Spark Notes or the ChatGPT blurbs. So is that changing reading habits? Are you seeing that in your own collection?
We're seeing both types of reading. We still have dedicated readers who are willing to pick up the 300 or 400 page books and go through those. And in looking at what borrowing numbers are like at other libraries in BC, our borrowing is actually one of our strongest numbers in comparison to other libraries. I think digital borrowing has continued to grow for most libraries, but in a lot of communities, book borrowing has gone down significantly, and ours is continuing to grow. It had a slight plateau this year over last year, but over the past 5 years, the trend is upwards with physical borrowing, and that's unusual. So we feel like that's still a strong component of what we offer at the library. One thing that's different that we are concerned about is the publishing industry is changing. And so one of the things we're dealing with this year is you just can't get mass market paperbacks anymore. They're just not, nobody's producing mass market paperbacks, and that format is sort of going away over the course of this year. And that we know that there's a faithful audience for that format in public libraries for people who have mobility issues or don't want to carry around a heavy book when they're traveling. And so we're trying to map out what that looks like in terms of how our usage is going to develop over the year. So that's an interesting factor that we have to consider.
Yeah, I find that a really interesting point. So I tried to get Dungeon Crawler Carl on my Kobo. You can't get it. It's this really, one of the highest rated audiobooks out there. It's supposed to be great. I got a physical copy, but was traveling and thought, I'll just get the e-copy too. But Amazon owns the rights to it. And so you can only get it in print. You can't get it unless you go through this subscription service. And I thought, this is so odd that, so I'm curious how that subscription process will take away access to books through this pay-to-play piece where.
That's another major factor that we're dealing with in terms of how the publishing industry works. And you would maybe think that access to digital resources means it's cheaper to get those resources, but publishers have implemented all kinds of methods to make sure that they get the return on their investment for ebook and audiobook formats, and so they're actually much more expensive than buying print copies, and that you're probably familiar with from using Libby that they continue to maintain a one copy, one user model, even though, in the digital world, that's not necessary to maintain that. But it's in order to make sure the publishers, get the return on there.
Yeah, I think there was like an 8-month wait for, it might have been, oh goodness, not The Martian, the other one that Andy Weir wrote. Project Hail Mary. It was like, I think it might have been an 8-month wait list. And I thought, it's a digital copy, there's infinite amounts, but really not, so.
Yeah, well, one of the things we do for that is that Libby database is shared among all libraries in BC, but what we do is for the most popular titles that are, the long hold lists, we buy additional copies just for Prince George Public Library users so that we try to cut down that wait time.
No, that's good to know. Are you doing any sort of advocacy around like restrictions with subscriptions and publishers kind of making things difficult?
There's an effort like among the associations for library professionals to push back on what the publishers are doing and try to negotiate fair rules so like organizations like CULC, the Canadian Urban Libraries Council, do a lot of work on that kind of thing.
Interesting. Just a rabbit hole I didn't anticipate going down, but interesting. So always learn something from the library. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the work the library does and how accessible you are. I know, kind of been busting your chops over budget but the balance of that is that the library does important and good work. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thank you both very much for the annual report. Fantastic job. A couple things stood out to me. I was really impressed, close to about 3% up, 200,000 in-person visits roughly, a fantastic number. And what really stood out was the digital checkouts, Councillor Ramsey's point a bit, digital checkouts being 50% up since 2022. That's remarkable.
Yeah, we've really seen huge growth there since the pandemic sort of changed how people use digital resources.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And so I guess my question on that would be, there was concern with, if there's a closed day, right? Are you seeing maybe that's not having quite the same impact because people can still access your materials, obviously, digitally?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things for us is to make sure that our website is accessible, and we think of the website as another library branch because it does allow you to access resources without having to come into the branch. We know that many of our users are in the regional district and can't often come into town to visit a library branch. One of the initiatives we had this year was a partnership with the airport to advertise getting a library card on the spot when you're sitting in the departure lounge, because you can get an instant account number and get access to digital resources to download onto your phone while you're on the plane. And it's that kind of instant access that we really rely on to provide an option when we aren't able to be open. And that's all learnings from what happened during the pandemic, right?
Really neat. I love the idea of partnering with the airport there. That's
We're working with
captive audience.
Yeah, we're working with Northern Health to do a similar thing at the hospital for people who are there and, you know, don't have access to resources.
When
and-
those darn hospital wait times are long, you have a chance to read a novel and, yeah, wow, that's fantastic. That number just really stood out. 50% increase over a few years is remarkable. So thanks for sharing that. The other one that stood out was, I think it was, where's my note, 1,300 programs and events. That's astronomical, and about 34,000, 35,000 folks participating. So maybe if you can just dive into that just a little bit more, that's substantial.
Yeah, it's just a real tribute to the amazing staff we have at the library, and it's always been a focus of what we do is bringing great entertaining programs and events and participating in events out in the community, not just in the library. And so, you know, we're really proud of that record. And, you know, it's all thanks to the staff at the library.
Engagement-wise, I remember 100 years ago, I was DJing when I was young, and I DJ'd at the library a few times for some youth events when I was a youth. Your target audience, who comes and participates at library-hosted events mostly? What is your core demographic for participation?
It's families and with children especially. Like a lot of our youth and family programs are very well attended.
Is like youth teen engagement really high still? Is that a prominent area of engagement?
Yeah, like teen engagement is more challenging, but we do have some great youth programs. We have a writing program. We have a Dungeons and Dragons teen program that's very popular. We're always getting comments from the public saying, please don't let this Dungeons and Dragons program go away. I can send my kid to this event in person. They don't have a device. They sit around and have fun with their friends. And so, you know, programs like that are really effective. You know, they might not bring in hundreds, but they're reaching like, you know, significant numbers on an ongoing basis.
I appreciate that service there. That's why I was asking. I mean, years and years ago, it was a bit easier to attract young people in to get out and do things. But in today's world, that screen time or whatever it may be in their worlds that keep them a bit more at home is challenging. And I think the social aspect of our society has struggled since COVID, and young people in particular, they are I think, more impacted. So just to appreciate the focus on bringing those folks out and trying to engage them the best you can. That's, I think, a really important group to target. So thanks for that. And your comment on your staff leading a lot of those initiatives, I really enjoyed the slide about the staff, seeing some of that public feedback. I actually talked to one of your staff people maybe a couple months ago at an event that was not a library event that they were participating at on behalf of the library, but just seeing the real passion from him and excitement about connecting folks in with the library and in our conversation as well, and just sharing some of the services that I didn't actually even know about, which is, I probably should, you know, you give us the annual report, but there's even a couple things that I learned. So it was just really great. So your staff do a great job, and just to really appreciate it. Last comment I've got, Acting Mayor, is I mentioned it at budget, but just want to mention again, really proud of you guys and grateful for the initiative of the Friends of the Library campaign. Very good, and I was grateful to be able to support a little bit, my small share, but the community really stepped up. Obviously, a beloved resource, but I think it's a good example of how you can leverage your supporters and your users to really step up and support in a big way as well. And so just appreciated that effort.
Yeah, we're really grateful for the work that the Friends of the Library do.
I'm sure. Looking forward to the patio as well as you work through that with us. That's going to be a really great activated space. So thanks.
Thank you. Just remind my colleagues, it's, I know we're getting through this, but we still have quite an agenda ahead of us. So, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you very much. I think wanted to kind of echo, first off, my kids absolutely love coming to the library. I think the programs you run there are fantastic, and it is a lot of kudos to the staff, whether it's in branch or at an event such as National Indigenous Day. The staff are the greatest ambassadors of our community. So thank you. Where I wanted to kind of, I thought Councillor Sampson was going to go, but he touched on a little bit, is also just to thank you to to both of you and to your predecessor with Ms. Duff is I feel like over the last few years, council has thrown tasks and challenges to the library and the library board. And time again, the board has stepped up to respond to those challenges. So just thank you for, and if you can please pass it on, Councillor Fazell, to the board, our appreciation of the work the library board has done to respond to the numerous questions and requests that come from council.
Thank you.
And Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and I have to tell you, there's nothing more fun than walking down the hallway of my building and hearing a group of men in their 60s, men and women in their 60s, playing Dungeons and Dragons. Yay. It didn't start in Prince George, but you know, some of them have been in the same game for 50 years. I have a question that I tossed to my colleague over here when we attended the DBIA AGM. Is there any chance that the library will use its new deck as a venue for fundraising?
Certainly a possibility. One of the things we want to do is make use of it as a space that's bookable for private events. So, you know, we've done big fundraising soirees in the past, so something like that would the deck would be a perfect space for that, something like that.
I think it would. I mean, we heard earlier from DBIA about their dinner under the stars, and I don't see that the patio, the deck of the library would be any less attractive to people like me. So
yeah, that's our
food for
hope.
thought.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very
Look forward to 2026. Exciting times ahead.
Thank you.
So with that, we have a recommendation in front of us. Would someone?
Sorry, Your Worship, at this point, we should be accepting submissions and questions from the public.
Oh, yes, pardon me.
So if I may, Acting Mayor, Section 99 of the Community Charter requires council to consider submissions and questions from the public in relation to the annual report. Public notice was posted requesting written submissions and providing tonight as an opportunity to make a submission. We did not receive any written submissions in relation to the annual report, and I can see that there's nobody online. Ms. Kellett, is there anybody on the speakers list? So at this point, Acting Mayor, I think it'd be appropriate for you to call for any submissions from the gallery.
I'll call again. Any submissions for comment on the annual report? And again, second time. Any submissions? Comment on the annual report. And for the third time, any submissions, questions on the annual report? Moved by Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Brazel. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. With council's permission, could we break maybe for 5 minutes? Yeah, no, like real, like we'll come back at 9:02. How about that? 6 minutes. Yes, then we would be starting with E7. Mr. Babich, Northern Sports, yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's break for 5 minutes.
Sir, is it okay that I emailed you? Or do you prefer I wait until the I just wanted to ask because sure.
Yeah, if I can't answer it right away, then
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, so
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, I'm not gonna do it all the time, but I just thought I'd, yeah. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't making your life harder.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I'll be right back.
So,
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay to have water?
Yep, absolutely.
I'm not sure the
Yep, you can.
the decorum here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. And you're gonna kick it over to me at some point as well when we're talking about
Yeah,
composition of
once the
board?
slide pops up where it shows all the members of the board.
Yeah, okay.
I-
And then
I-
also introduce Renee Clark, just to mention Renee Klosky as well.
That's Renee, okay.
Yeah, so I'll
No
introduce
idea.
you.
She went that way?
No, hey, well, 4 down, 16 to go. Oh, okay. Thank you. I already messed it up. I've already, way to go, Klosky. Holy cow. Oh, wow. Okay, bigger down here. Oh, I looked at the agenda and I went, it's almost over a while. It was nice. Yeah, 16 to go. 4 down. 13 to go.
Potential.
Yeah. Well, we never had to do annual. Yeah. No, regional districts don't have to, but we're exempt.
How are
Okay. I promised 9:02. It's 9:02. We'll move with E7, Northern Sports Center Limited Annual Report. And I believe Mr. Babich is going to introduce this report.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. The city and UNBC are equal shareholders in Northern Sports Center Limited, or NSCL as we refer to it, which manages the operation of the Charles Jago Northern Sports Center. NSCL has prepared its annual report to council. There are representatives of the NSCL Board of Directors in attendance this evening, including Dan Koos, who is our treasurer and also the Associate Director of Ancillary Services at UNBC. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Koos to present the annual report.
Thank you, Mr. Babich. Thank you, Council. I will be a little briefer than most. I'll give you some time back tonight, hopefully. So a few stops on tonight's journey. We'll talk about the mission, why we exist, We'll look at the board, who governs the NSCL, some context of the city and UMBC partnership that we have. Operations, we'll dig into some usage and membership data. And finally, we'll look at some financials. We'll look at the budget and the reserve outlook moving forward. So our mission is to provide inclusive, accessible, responsive, and engaging opportunities for growth and development in sport, fitness, health, and active living. And when I talk about inclusive, I mean it's not just for UMBC athletes, it's for all residents of Prince George. Accessible, we keep the memberships deliberately low to make this facility accessible to every resident in the Prince George community. And also, this shows our commitment to our partnership with the city. Responsive, we listen to our members, we listen to our user groups, and we try to use that data to develop programming that gets engagement and usage of the facility. And overall, our goal is to create a healthier, more active Prince George year-round. And it's not just kind of a tagline. I like to think of it as a test, something we measure a lot of our decisions on when it comes to membership fees, programming, even capital planning. Does this decision create a healthier, more active Prince George? As Mr. Babich alluded to, this is an equal partnership between the City of Prince George and University of Northern British Columbia. Both shareholders contribute $300,000 annually. This creates equal governance in the NSCL. Both shareholders' needs and input from their user groups are taken into consideration equally to direct the strategic planning and programming of the NSC. And UMBC also operates as the facility operator under this agreement. There are two agreements that hold this partnership together, one being the master agreement, which is from 2007 to 2037, and it governs the Northern Sports Center operations, funding, use, and management between City of PG, UMBC, and the Northern Sports Center Limited. We also have an operating agreement. This is a 5-year term, and UMBC serves as a facility operator and delivers operational services to the NSCL. And just for a note there, this current operating agreement does expire on March 31st, 2027. But what this guarantees is a $300,000 annual contribution from each shareholder, accessible usage rates for local sports organizations, reasonable membership fees for Prince George residents, and reasonable access to the facility guaranteed for the UMBC community. I'll quickly highlight the board. Board members is a great group of volunteers that help guide the strategic direction of the sports center. If you'll notice, the chair is vacant. Our longtime chair, Don Basserman, vacated this position at the end of last year. And for that, I would actually like to refer back to Mr. Babich for some commentary on Mr. Basserman.
Thanks very much, Mr. Coos. So yes, as noted, Mr. Basserman resigned from the board, and just like to acknowledge and thank Mr. Basserman for his service as chair of our board since 2015, actually. And it's clear that his depth of experience in our community and his leadership has really helped shape NSCL, and we're thankful for the steady guidance that he's provided during his time with the board. And it's appropriate, I think, this time to also note that as indicated in the shareholder resolutions, Acting Mayor, for Council's approval, we're very pleased to announce and thank Renee McCloskey, who's here this evening as well, for agreeing to join our board of directors. And it's with the intention that our board will appoint Ms. McCloskey at our next meeting as chair of the board to succeed Don Basserman. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Coos to continue the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Babich, for those kind words. So what does our partnership mean to the City of Prince George? One, it guarantees accessible rates for local sports organizations. Minor clubs and other organizations can operate without prohibitive facility expenses. It allows for reasonable memberships, membership fees kept attainable for Prince George residents. Sports tourism profile. The facility, it elevates the region's national profile, draws events, athletes, and visitors. This is a great facility that we can highlight regionally, nationally, even internationally, to bring events to the city of Prince George, which really adds to the local economy in hotels and restaurants and retail sales, supporting local businesses. And it gives a high performance pathway. It helps attract and retain competitive athletes, foster community pride. Young athletes from PG can train at the facility that rivals anything in British Columbia. And it's a powerful retention tool, keeping talented youth in the Prince George to train, study, and hopefully eventually build their careers here. And a quick note, just this partnership in action during the Prince George Aquatic Center closed in January of this year, and for major two-year renovation. And the NSC partnership is stepping up, and UMBC is actively working with the city to ensure members and the broader community can maintain their active lifestyles through the ongoing closure. So we've maintained a great partnership. Some context in terms of what this relationship to UMBC. This is the home of the UMBC Timberwolves and of student life. Students can train where they study. UMBC Timberwolves called the Northern Sports Center home. Varsity training under the same roof as classes. It aids in their academic performance and ties them into campus life. Another thing is orientation, exams, and convocation. These are signature moments in a student's life and life cycle through university. And we just went through convocation, and it is a wonderful time of celebration throughout the year, for the year. And this is where you see literally thousands of residents and people that wouldn't normally come up to campus, coming up to the sports center and it's using the sports center as a link between Prince George and the UMBC campus. It gets everybody up there, gets them all walking around and really seeing what everything's about. And every PG-based student, as part with all meshed into their fees, has a membership available to the Northern Sports Center. What this does is it creates more connection to campus and the city. And when you have that connection with your campus and the city, students are more likely to stay after graduation and build their lives and careers here in town. I'm going to jump into some operations now. So last year, the gymnasium and field health hours by user group. This is a pretty typical breakdown over the last few years. We see the vast majority of the sports center is used for UMBC athletics programs. Local sports organizations and Engage Sport North are doing very well right now. In fact, we have seen an increase from last year from 42 to 45% in the usage from local sports organizations and Engage Sport North at the sports center. So the community is using the facility more. They're liking the opportunities that they have up there in the program that we have. So really nice to see. Jumping into memberships, this is a really key indicator of how successful our partnership is. We've seen a 6-year growth of 235% in membership revenue. Last year, we finished at $1.91 million in membership revenue, the most successful year on record. And with the early returns and membership data from the first 3 months of our fiscal year, I can forecast now we should be able to hit around $2.1 million in revenue. And this is a great indicator of the community enjoying the facility, coming to the facility, and really engaging in the offerings that we have. Where does this revenue come from? Memberships is the anchor for our operating, 72%. And then the partnership with the city, the $600,000 provides a base stable floor. There's some smaller numbers in there: facility rentals, tenant rents, recreational class. You might notice that UNBC isn't listed in that revenue source. It's at the bottom there. Sorry. Oh, what did I do there? My apologies. It's not coming up. Okay. UNBC, the contribution is not shown in this revenue, but is recorded as a negative offset in expenses. It's an internal accounting method that UNBC uses. I don't know why, but you will see that in the budget slide a few down the road there. But what I wanted to highlight here was the last 5 years we've balanced our budget. Any surplus that we have flows into capital reserve funds for the facility itself. We've seen a 33% revenue growth in the last 4 years. We have balanced our budget, and what I put in there is including reserve, is typically we'll have hopefully typically, we'll always have an operating surplus, and we will balance off that operating surplus to balance the budget by putting funds in a deficit and into capital reserve. And last year we were able to put $314,000 into that reserve fund. Touching on the budget, as you can see, total revenue budget for this year is budgeted to be $2.67 million. Early indications based on some early returns, I've adjusted that forecast up to $2.87 million. So originally this year, I had planned to put in $43,000 into reserve, but it's looking like that number is going to be increased to what I hope is $237,000 by the end of the year. And a quick look at the reserve fund. 2026-27, we have a drawdown of $284,000 based on the exhaust systems and a scoreboard that needs to be done. Sorry, I skipped over. We had opened the year with $682,000 in the fund. So after the drawdown this year and the expected surplus, we should have an estimated balance of $635,000 at the end of the year. 27-28, again, a drawdown of $692 on some air handling units, door assembly. The public address system is listed in this at $170. However, after some consultation with user groups and work internally, this may not need to be done because it's simply not used. So this could roll back into the capital reserve. I am anticipating, just based on trends and annual data, that we should be able to put in another $400,000 at the end of that year. We did draw down, but we still have a healthy balance of $342. I made a note that capital planning beyond 27-28 is subject to reassessment of facility needs. This is something that my team has been working on much more in the last year, is a significantly closer relationship with our facilities department and reassessing the building. How far can we stretch things? How can we make things last, just to be more responsible with the funds? And there is some potential funding that I'm working closely with the Director of Facilities that we may be able to tap into with the BC government in terms of green initiatives that will impact and be allowed to work on the Northern Sports Center. And in that note, I appreciate it. I would love to hear some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Really positive numbers there and positive trends. And I can say, from my perspective, I spent a lot of time in the Northern Sports Center in the spring, in the fall, and the winter, not much in the summer, primarily on the soccer pitch. But and I see the high usage many weeks when I'm there. So. And congratulations to Ms. McCloskey. I think she's going to be a great addition to the board. And with that, Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you. You'll make Team Canada someday, Acting Mayor Polillo.
I know, I think my prime is well over.
From some of our kids going to physio, to hosting a dinner party for the FCM annual conference, to watching gymnastics and squash and judo. The Northern Sports Center has served the community extremely well. And those are only 3 examples that come to mind out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. All of this with never increasing the fee to the city of Prince George, and at the same time building up a healthy capital fund that goes up and down as needed. But you know, the costs always go up, so maintaining this balance is effective. I mentioned this to former councillor, Freedom of the City recipient, Don Basserman, whenever he brought it forward as well, that the books that get presented by the Northern Sports Center show that there is care and attention that's brought to the finances of the organization, and we're meeting the goals and the promise that we made to the province of BC when they said, we'll build you this for the 2010 Olympics, but you've got to both contribute to it. We are contributing, and it's generating healthy returns for the community. So thank you for the parts that we play in making sure that the Northern Sports Center continues to be a gem in the community. Just on a quick side note, if you'll indulge me, Acting Mayor Polillo, the Freedom of the City recipient, Don Basserman, it reminded me that we have been on a project to update and upgrade the recognition of Freedom of the City recipients. You had given him a little bit of a tribute today. Just wondering if we could get an update on when the recognition plaques will be back in the hall here on the 2nd floor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, through to Councillor Brazel. I don't have a specific date for you now, but I can certainly get that and follow up with an email. I know that staff are actively working on that and trying to standardize it and make it appear appropriate to reflect the recognition that Freedom of the City recipients deserve.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I am delighted once again to receive this report, and I think I owe Ms. McCloskey an apology for outbidding her earlier today at a silent auction we were both at, but I digress. I think that the contribution that the Northern Sports Center makes to our community is unquestionable, and I sure appreciate hearing the report and knowing many of the staff that are involved, and thank you.
Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, the annual report, and please pass on, I think on behalf of all of us, really, our thanks to Mr. Basserman for his long service to the board, and congrats, Ms. McCloskey, on stepping in, and thanks. Wondering if you can break down a bit of, help us understand the UMBC departmental use and what that exactly entails. Is that simply convocation, or is that intramurals? How is that allocated out?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Sampson. That is all for convocation, for exams, and for orientation. UMBC intramurals is all under the UMBC athletics area.
Okay. Yeah. All of it, all intramurals programmed through the school, through NUGs, through whatever, are under athletics.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. My question on usage, it's not, the gap has, I think, gotten a bit smaller. 55.1% UMBC athletics and departmental, 44.9% LSO and Engaged Sport North. Of our share, I will say, about 40% of that is Engaged Sport North. So it's tough to not be critical, I don't intend to be, on the overall value. Obviously, having a facility like this is critically important for recruiting, retaining students, don't dispute that. It's extremely important that Engage Sport North has their share. Developing those athletes, as you spoke to, is critically important. I would say some of those athletes are overlapped with the UNBC athletics department as well, likely, recruiting athletes who are engaging in their further development in their time. I guess I'm wondering, how do we, in this table, our job is to represent the LSO side, I would say, even more. So how do we get, or is there maybe not a demand for greater LSO participation in the facility? Years ago, I did hear more feedback from the public on looking for more programmable hours. I haven't had that feedback recently, but just recognizing the percentage breakdown here, I'm trying to be mindful that just because I'm not hearing it doesn't mean it might not be there. So is there a demand? And maybe that's the first point. Is there a demand for more hours for LSOs?
Thank you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Sampson. What we are doing is a demand analysis. And what we are trying to do is coordinate with UNBC Athletics to try to maximize the availability of what we call prime time space for LSOs and for ESN. That demand analysis is ongoing right now, but it is something that I hope to have more concrete numbers to make some decisions on providing the more premium space to the local sports organizations and Engage Sport North.
Great, thanks. That's exciting to hear. I think everybody wants those peak hours. It's challenging, and you can't give any one group that. It can't be the LSOs or athletics, and so appreciate the work that's being done on that. I would ask that council this time next year should be able to get a greater update on that. Would that be fair to say?
Absolutely. Yes, it would be fair to say.
Fair. Thanks very much, and appreciate the work that goes into making sure the financials are stable and that the ability to reinvest is there when needed. So thanks very much.
No further questions. So we have a recommendation in front of us. Council, moved by? Okay. Councillor Sampson, Councillor Frizzell. Any further discussion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Castle, go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't quite quick enough there. Just a question, I'm looking at your fees and thinking about the amount that's increased. Have you, is that through raising your fees or is that through increased usership? Because you have the stats there of like the, but it doesn't say year over year if the usage has increased.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Klassen. That is mainly due to membership increase.
Membership increases.
We do raise rates, but it's nominal, more of a CPI sort of rate adjustment.
Do you do that every year?
Yeah, it's usually around 3% at the beginning of our fiscal year, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I was just wondering, because we were discussing transit fees and so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. My other question, sorry to, I thought there would be more questions. No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Motion in front of us, recommendation approve the Northern Sports Center Limited Shareholders Resolution attached Schedule B to the report dated June 15th, 2026 from the city manager titled Northern Sports Center Limited Annual Report. Authorized city manager to sign the shareholders resolution as of June 30th, 2026. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
It was great information, Acting Mayor, to see the tourism information, the library information. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So now we'll go back to almost the beginning of the agenda here to the consent agenda for information. And I see Councillor Frizzell is already in the queue as usual, monthly building permit and development permit summary.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. You have somehow figured out where I was wanting to go. Yes, I'm very keen on this. Through to Ms. Wozniak, as you know, I've been waiting eagerly to see when we get some news of the building permits for our acute care tower, because the moment that happens, we are looking at a staggering change in the numbers that will really offset everything and make it hard to compare apples to apples for the entire year. So when that comes through, we can anticipate that it will have a big effect. Have we seen that in the past?
Acting Mayor, through to Councillor Frizzell. Yes, actually, with the stats in front of us for this month, you'll note that in 2024 and 2025, they appear to be years with the year-to-date stats that are quite a bit higher than this year. However, within 2025 and 2024, we had two very significant projects that somewhat skewed the building permit values. You'll see in 2024 under institutional new, there's a approximate $50 million project that was a parkade, and in 2025 there was a institutional new project again, which is 200 housing units on Deck LT Road, which was $108 million. So with considering, if we took those out of our totals for both 24 and 25, the numbers become quite comparable to what we're experiencing for the values in 2026.
Okay, thank you. And that, that project in 2024, that 50 million was for which project?
Your Acting Mayor, through to Councillor Frizzell, the parkade at the hospital.
It was $50 million to build that parkade. Yes, that jives with my recollection as well. Thanks. So then if we back out some of the skewing projects then, and we look at just what a typical year would be, we're trending upwards as we have been in the past.
That's correct, Your Worship.
And then we will skew like a hockey stick the moment that the acute care tower hits as well.
Also correct.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Frizzell. With that, move receipt. Councillor Bennett, second. Councillor Frizzell. Received for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So as you heard earlier, E1 has been withdrawn. We move on to E2, which is the budget transparency notice of motion put forward by Councillor Trudy Claassen. Councillor Claassen.
Sorry, thank you very much, Acting Mayor. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. I'm happy to answer staff questions or anything, or council questions. I haven't heard back from anyone, but I'll just present it as it is and let my council colleagues vote on it. So I would like to move it, and I hadn't even thought of it. I need a seconder, actually. So
I'll second it to get it on the table.
Okay, moved by Councillor Claassen, second by Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you.
Do we have any discussion, any comments, questions? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Claassen for bringing this forward. There are, and I mentioned this to Councillor Claassen when she first brought it forward, there are some of the KPIs that I think make sense. There are some that I don't know if it would have much relevance to decision-making within a department. I guess I guess I have two questions. So one is through to staff. I really like the idea of what is being proposed in recommendation 1. I was playing with a little bit of an amendment, which basically would be, like, I almost viewed it like a PowerPoint slide or a one-pager almost template per department that basically said, this is a budget, this is basically what staff already do in verbal form. This is significant changes over last year. This is the changes to FTE within the department, like a standard visual for each department that basically provided what the public could understand if they were to dive into the numbers a little bit more. Through to either Mr. Babich or Mr. Dalio, the ability to be able to deliver on something with like that without significant staff capacity. If a template was created that then could just be popped in, and recognizing the work to create a template would take time, but moving forward, would that be something that could be done relatively easy?
So we already in our service categories, we have business units which will show a description of a service, and it'll show you the change year over year over 3 years. And people can see where the revenues are increasing and decreasing and where the expenses are increasing or decreasing. So typically there's a lot of numbers on that page, and when a service category is introduced, the director of that service category will give a small verbal summary. We could, in theory, make like a cover page for each service category and have a brief description of what that service does. And as far as the writing down the actual, these are the budget changes from last year, it would be a duplication of effort to the numbers that would follow it. But having a summary at the start of what that division actually does is good. I'd like to make a comment on number 2. I say this a lot. There's about 30 to 40 different businesses that operate under the umbrella of the city of Prince George. They are not the same. They can be vastly different from one division to another. So the prescription that these metrics that are being suggested in 2A through 2G are not applicable across the board. So utilization and participation rates, how are you going to apply that to fire services? Cost per unit of service, how are you going to apply that to finance or police? Cost recovery ratios, all of your support services, human resources, intergovernmental, mayor and council themselves. There's no cost recovery mechanism built into some of these divisions. That's not their purpose. Demographic reach and equity measures, I don't know how I would do that for risk and procurement, which has the insurance for the city. And so these aren't applicable across the board to all of our businesses. Yeah, I'll let council have some more discussions, and by all means, chime me back in when you're ready.
No, I thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Dalio. So perhaps what I would do for is propose an amendment to recommendation 1 to strike representing more than 5% of the operating budget and replacing with highlighting any significant changes from previous fiscal year and changes to FTE. So basically, if there's a seconder, then I can speak to it. So basically, Mr. Dalio, it's just to that point what you said. It would basically be like a cover page, 1-page summary that would go in front that would basically highlight the information about the department, any significant notes as to, we've moved this department in, or this project in, we've moved this project out. Like, just things that I think are of note to council that is usually verbalized. And then if there are significant changes to FTE within that department. I don't know if that.
So we already report the FTE numbers per division where the ins and outs are. You just want them on cover pages for each division as well, or?
I think instead of, it's just how do we have a better visualization of that department would be my intention.
Right. So what would significant mean to you? You said significant FTEs.
Sorry, I had significant changes from previous year and changes to FTE.
Okay.
So this would be, and again, if we would want to put a number to it, we could. It would be more of if items of note that I think staff would anticipate council asking about.
Okay. Yes, can you give me a little bit of time to think on what's written down?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So with that, we'll move to Councillor Ramsey. Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. And thank you to those who have spoken thus far, and Mr. Dalio for the information. I think for number 1, a lot of this is verbalized in the presentation from staff when we receive the budget presentation. Just thinking about the motion, sometimes there are internal transfers from department to department where a division is combined or a staff person moves in the organizational structure. So having some of that detail in like a cover sheet to be able to understand, oh, there's a increase here, but the reduction is offset there might be beneficial. Because sometimes you're scratching your head and then you're going, oh yeah, that happened 6 months ago and there's a transfer there. So I mean, I think a lot, the number one is I think, get behind and support a cover page, but just reasonably, it's already something that staff do. It's just writing it out in maybe a more accessible way. For number two, for me, I think my preference is just to refer this back to Councillor Klassen to do more work on this, in that as Mr. Dalio indicated, this is just really broad and not applicable to quite a few departments. And so I think if Councillor Klassen can just articulate exactly what KPIs she is looking for specific departments, rather than this broad sweeping piece, I think that would be more helpful. But I just don't want to kick this back to staff if there's just not support for it. So I think reasonably this is something perhaps our colleague can take away and work on, look at other KPIs at other cities, and bring back some recommendations for us to consider. So at this point in time, I'm not going to support it, only in that I just, it is very broad and I think it needs to be more specific. I think generally I like the idea of KPIs, but I think that I would just want something more specific. And I think in terms of like benchmarking the budget, that's our job. It's our job to tell staff what KPIs we want, not for them to return a report with KPIs that they've come up with. This is about information that's helpful to us to make decisions at budget, and to refer this back to them is just them doing a guessing game, trying to figure out what information we want. So I think Councillor Klassen, just I would prefer to see you work on this a bit more in terms of what KPIs for what departments you want to see. And as Mr. Dalio indicated, IT, finance and accounting, those HR, those internal functions, there's council. There's not going to be, there's, what was it? The cost recovery ratio. It's just not applicable. So I would just prefer to see a bit more work on this personally. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ramsay. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to respond, Acting Mayor Polillo. I'll just say I would like to keep it the same, so I'll vote against the amendment to number one, and I'll keep number two the same because it reads, enabling council to assess relative value, including at minimum. And so what I would suggest to staff is for those items like IT, for administration, those are 100% usage, like all of our residents benefit by those things. So just because you guys are the professionals, you sort of know where these things apply. And so that's why I don't think I should be the one figuring out all the certain KPIs and metrics, because what council needs, because if there's ever a year that we have to make some serious budget decisions, it would be very helpful to have this information so that we could compare one service over the next and sort of so that we have a better picture, because that's what I'm looking for. Because if we ever have to have a time where we have to make really, really hard decisions, it's helpful to have this information. And I'm like, if something comes back like cost recovery ratio, and if there's nothing, just write NA. But I mean, for instance, we saw the library report, we saw the library, and what was the other one?
Tourism?
Tourism, like cost per service, that kind of thing, like and per user. That's really helpful. And we really appreciate it when our users, or when the organizations that we fund, when they come and give us that information. And so I'm looking for that same amount. But I think that's all the explanation that I'll give, and I'll just leave the rest just for the discussion.
Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks Councillor Klassen. Appreciate the discussion so far. I don't disagree with the notion of having more. I've been challenged with this as well, trying to figure out exactly what I would like to see more of through the process. And in some areas, I think there's opportunity to do that. I haven't established what that is yet, which is why I haven't brought forward a plan. So I appreciate that Councillor Clausen has brought something forward. I agree with some of my colleagues' perspectives that I don't know if I see how each one of these can be implemented well. I'm wondering if this might be an opportunity for us to shelf this for a moment and maybe have an informal session, a workshop with Mr. Dalio, and talk about the budget process and learn a little bit more on some of the exact things that council's looking to get. And maybe in that session, we're not making decisions. We're able to say, if I'm looking for X, Mr. Dalio can say, well, actually, it's found in the budget book here. And we can learn a little bit more about, okay, well, if I need to get that more forward, this is how I would get it. And then we can come back more informed and put together an exact plan on what more we want to see and go through that debate publicly then. But at this point, I think there's a lot of questions that we're asking that might be answered, and maybe we're just not looking in some of the right spots. And if we have some of that informal dialogue, I think it'll strengthen the debate and the discussion here to decide exactly what it is we want. So my preference would be to shelf this, have a workshop, informal discussion as a group. Council can chat, staff can inform, or say, you're right, that doesn't exist. If you want it, this is the mechanism. And we can come back a little bit more informed in this discussion on exactly how we can move forward, and probably a bit more united on that as well, because I think we're all looking at it from a bit of a different space at this point. So, I mean, I feel pretty strong in the budget process and how I understand it year to year, but there are pieces that I also would like to see some more of, and maybe I'll find some of the answers that I've been looking for as well if we do that. So not sure if my colleagues are amenable to that, but having a chance to have that informal workshop might be beneficial so we can get some of these thoughts together and come back for more productive discussion or debate.
I see Councillor Bennett. There's no one else in the queue. I'll allow you to speak second time if you wish.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. I actually has an interesting suggestion that Councillor Sampson has brought forward around basically postponing until a lunch and learn could perhaps be scheduled with Mr. Dalio to kind of work through some of these, because I do think that you know, we now have had 4 budgets under our belt. Some, at least all of us have had 4 budgets. Some have had more. Councillor Frizzell apparently has had 18. And I think, you know, is how do we take the learning to also provide feedback to staff to make the budget process that much better for whoever's sitting around this table in the next budget. So I was getting back in the queue to see if Mr. Dalio had thoughts that he was noodling on after the amendment. But I guess maybe Mr. Dalio also threw on Councillor Sampson's suggestion, if that's something that yourself and administration may have an opportunity to work with council on, so we can come forward and try to achieve, I think, what Councillor Clausen's intent of this motion was, which was how do we bring a little bit more data to the budget process?
So I've given some thought to the amendment you proposed, Councillor Bennett. I think it's doable. Like we've talked about, we basically verbally talk this stuff through anyway. I do want council to be prepared for the idea, though, that maybe one division has a lot they can talk about and other division is just going to have almost no real change to talk about. And so if I have a one-page summary, it's going to be mostly a blank page for those divisions. Is that going to look weird? Is that going to make that division feel like they need to create a story where there is no story and we're just writing a bunch of fluff and taking a bunch of time? So I do have concerns about that, but perhaps what we can do is simply have a written sort of description of the service that's always there, and then at least there's something of substance there sort of describing the service. And then if there are significant changes underneath that, maybe maybe write what those significant changes are. As far as the sort of workshop / lunch and learn suggestion, happy to have conversations with council. I do absolutely want you to have the information that you would like to have, but I do need the majority of council to tell me what they want. If I'm satisfying 9 individual requests, that's very difficult. Information is costly to produce, and we have a pretty bare bones shop. So if there's a large demand for information, I may not be able to deliver depending on what all of the asks are.
No, and I think that's a very fair request, and it's a good reminder of the importance of the governance of this all. Is that staff take direction from council as a whole, and we need to make sure that we're, at least a majority, are providing you with the information that, or the request for the information that's provided. So I appreciate that response, so thank you.
Okay, I'll allow Councillor Claassen one more time, and then I think
Yes,
we'll
just
vote
a
on the
procedure.
amendment.
Just a
And-
procedure question. So if the amendment passes, what happens to the rest of the motion? And can we table the motion for a future, so that we can do what Councillor Sampson requested in terms of having a bit of a workshop?
So if the amendment passes, it's just changing that small section in number 1.
Okay.
And then, yes, at any point you can make a postpone motion. It takes precedence over the main motion or the amendment.
How about then I will do a postpone motion?
Just for information, if you make the motion to postpone, it's not debatable or amendable.
Oh,
You just need a postpone.
I just need a seconder for the postponement, right? Okay, thank you.
Second by Councillor Scott. So would that,
Point of order. We just need a postpone until when, because if not, it's essentially to postpone indefinitely, meaning it would never come back.
So the way I would take this is that it's postponed until a workshop can be organized with council.
Okay, thank you. Let's do that then.
so then E2 is not applicable then? We don't have to vote on it? Mr. Anderson?
That's correct. It'll hang in the balance until we come back with the motion at a future date.
Thank you.
So we have a postponement until, vote on the motion until we can organize a lunch and learn, a workshop. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Move on to E3. Emergency Support Services Funding Model Review, Councillor Bennett and Councillor Frizzell. Who's going to lead on this? Is Councillor Bennett?
I'll start. Acting Mayor, I'll move the recommendation on the floor. Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. Again, for the last, probably every budget this term, we've had extensive conversation around the budget cycle around Emergency Support Services Department. Recognizing that department is primarily funded both by reimbursement from the province, which I think, from my understanding, makes up a large portion of the budget. This is really just asking staff, I think the question always has come up around budget to say, is there a different way that we could or should be funding ESS? This is just basically asking staff to do a little bit of work leading up to budget to determine, is there a different opportunity? Is this the best funding source or best funding model? So that we have that information heading into budget to determine, is this something that is being funded in the best possible way? So the intent of this is really just to look at, is the way we're funding ESS in the city the best way, or are there alternative ways to be able to do that?
Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Palillo. Yeah, I'll just back up what Councillor Bennett had to say. 161 different communities around BC and a lot of different funding models. So when Councillor Bennett brought this forward and we started discussing it, I thought that he had something here. Through to Mr. Depineau, after having had some time to review this, do you see any challenges with the recommendation and the direction?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Frizzell, I'm happy to look at this comparative review if it's the will of council.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Scott and then Sampson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I do have a fundamental question of those who have put this forward. Are you talking about ESS or are you talking about emergency management? They're two separate things. They're connected, but they're separate.
No, you're absolutely right, Councillor Scott. They are very separate. This would be basically the department that we look to approve the budget on an annual basis. I know a large portion of their work is work that's contracted by Emergency Management BC, which is then basically done at a cost recovery. So again, this is, I think, just looking at how this is funded within the city's current budget. So it would be primarily.
I want to hear from Mr. Depp.
Director Depino, you want to add?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. That is a significantly larger scope, certainly, than just the ESS function. I would understand then that it's the emergency management department, the FTE is there, its structure, the emergency operations center that they run in response to emergencies, both local and host, as well as the emergency support services we provide to individuals who are displaced, house fires as example or otherwise. So certainly a larger project than initially proposed, but again, if it's the will of council to review this group's operations, as noted, it is primarily funded through other orders of government, depending on the task number and so on. However, happy to look at this still.
That's what I was trying to drill down on. I'd like more clarity as we discuss this area.
Sorry, I didn't know if that was a question back. Again, at this point, this is, we had brought forward recognizing again that emergency management is a big portion of this. The intent of this is to look at how we are funding the emergency support services. So the primary that function that we currently fund within the budget. So I don't think the intent of this was necessarily to take into consideration all of the other factors that they do in terms of emergency management BC. But to your point, this department does a lot more than just provide ESS services. So I think that is, again, something that will need to be taken into consideration as the look at the funding model occurs.
And is there, sorry, again, I'm trying to understand. So are you looking in the comparator municipalities at ESS or ESS and emergency management?
Thanks. In the broader notice of motion that we sent out earlier, there is a more in-depth explanation of some of the other funding models. So Kamloops, for instance, strong provincial alignment with targeted grants, heavy reliance on provincial ESS funding, strategic use of provincial grant programs with municipal administration, and volunteer-driven delivery. Kelowna, integrated provincial ESS and significant federal crisis response funding. That would be interesting to look into. Provincial ESS funding as a baseline. Nanaimo, provincial ESS, federal overdose response infrastructure funding, provincial ESS funding. So very different models. Nanaimo's even got federal funding targeted at high-risk populations. So they are addressing different needs. They are getting different funding models. Prince George has a Prince George solution, but are there some of the aspects from those other communities that we can pull in to solve the Prince George challenges?
And back to Mr. Depino, is that enough information to do what is being asked?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Scott, I believe so. I mean, our ESS function is, I believe, administered in a similar fashion. I understand that there may be some different grants addressing different needs. I understand Kamloops, for instance, has a significant concern around orphan dikes when they took them over from the province and look into emergency funding to fund that specific concern. And so happy to undertake the review, although I do believe there are significant similarities in how it's delivered, but responding to different local needs. So if this would help council's decision-making, I note specifically related to the 2027 budget meetings being cited. Happy to look at it. I did pull up the last budget, and so I understand we're broadly speaking, about the emergency programs line item. It's about $400,000 rounding up, and so a small portion in the grand scheme of things, but perhaps there are things that we can learn from our neighbors or demonstrate strength in here in the Prince George context.
As long as we truly are discussing apples versus apples.
Just a point of order, just a motion to extend to 11.
Yes, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're extended to 11. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and appreciate Councillor Scott's questions. Similar, and still potentially circling some of those questions. I'm just not entirely clear if it's exclusively the ESS piece or actually our budget category, which is emergency programs, which executes the ESS piece. And I'm just not, I'm sorry if I'm not absolutely clear on that, but some greater clarity would be helpful on, is it how we execute the work of that division, or is it exclusively the ESS component?
If I may, Acting Mayor? Yeah.
Sure, Councillor Frisell, if you want to answer that.
That's where we get into some of the complexity of this, is that with some of our comparator municipalities, it's even being done on a regional district basis. There are different jurisdictions, there are different funding models. What Councillor Bennett and I wanted to do was to take a look at what the others are. One of the big strengths of municipalities is when one municipality comes up with an idea, we're great borrowers. So I know that's done on a regular basis. This just directs staff and gives them the support to say, let's do that deeper comparative analysis and find out. We've got a great model now. Is there a way to make this better? And some of the recommendations may come back for a change in how we do business, but the goal is to make it more efficient, more effective, and learn from other municipalities.
Does that give you clarity? I'm not sure.
Sorry, maybe I could be clear on my end. My apologies. I get the goal. What I don't get is the target. So I get the goal and what we're trying to accomplish. I'm all for it. I need to understand the target of that goal. Is it just exclusively the execution of the ESS services? Or is it the execution of emergency programs broadly, which includes the ESS services? I see what's written, but based on some of what's been said, and based on the written piece of the notice of motion, I'm interpreting it myself to be the emergency programs piece. So I just am
We've
looking
moved
for that.
for the emergency support services. That's the motion.
Okay, well, if it's exclusively ESS, it's not how I interpret the writing or what's been said, so I'll vote against it. If it's put forward afterwards at a different point, looking at the emergency programs function, because I think that's the difference that we're seeing with other municipalities. I think the Kamloops example is a great example. That is how they execute their emergency programming. Not exclusively their ESS. That is a function of the emergency programs team, not the entire purpose. And so I think how they operate their model, from my understanding, is based on how they operate their emergency programs, not based on how they execute their ESS. And so if the motion comes back and it's targeted at the emergency programs as a whole, that's where we're going to see real change. That's where we see differences with our peer municipalities there. I have looked at some of their examples. I did do the reading. That's where we're going to see actual changes, but it's simply in how we offer that ESS. You know, your house has a fire and we plug you into a hotel room. I don't see an investigation into how other municipalities are doing that to be a big game changer. It needs to be from how we operate the model, the programs. as a whole that include the ESS that will create change, and that I think is where those other municipalities are operating differently. So as it is then, if it is exclusive ESS, I'm going to vote against. I look forward to looking at the emergency programs piece broadly though. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sampson. Just briefly, I just have one question for Director Depino. So I know you're willing to do the work. Do you see this as a significant piece, workload for staff? I mean, we're talking budget 2027, so I guess that gives you 6 months.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Some thoughts that come to mind initially. Certainly, it's not part of the existing corporate work plan. The staff that are inside of this division are likely the ones with that technical network who would be leading the work to review their own department. And so that's 2 FTEs. We are heading into the emergency management season as it is. And so depending on what happens in the coming months in terms of wildfire and so on, that could significantly impact their capacity to take on additional work. That being said, having to the end of this year is certainly appreciated if this work is directed. I think we can pull together some comparator information in that time frame if directed to do so.
Okay. Councillor Ramsey, and then I would probably call to question afterwards. Councillor Ramsey.
I'm trying to think of how I can say this. The Emergency and Disaster Management Act legislation is rolling out and being implemented in 2027. And there's some requirements for local governments in that piece of legislation that's going to require extra work for the municipality without capacity funding, and UBCM's doing advocacy in that. And so I do think that this, as Councillor Sampson indicated, needs to be part of a bigger discussion and perhaps some broader advocacy there. So I'm just wondering if maybe we can kick this back to Councillor Bennett and Frizzell to maybe just look at that piece. There's some pieces like, I don't know what's public and what's not, so I just am bound, and I would just prefer maybe if you guys looked at that through this lens and what's coming, and maybe just reconsidered that programmatic element, and what burden is going to be put on the municipality for taking on that work, and perhaps considering strategy around grant funding and other different funding mechanisms to fund this type of work, because it's my understanding that the city is going to be taking on more without adequate funding. So just, yeah, I think there's just a bigger piece there that needs to be investigated.
Councillor Frizzell, you want to respond?
Thanks. I'll just quickly say that's great. It also might get repaced at some point. So if we pass this now and then that comes up, we can always postpone until they come through with that change to the Emergency Management Act.
They only seem to be repacing the things that give us money, not the things that we have to pay for. So I think this is going forward, quite frankly.
Okay, I'll call the question. We have the recommendation moved and second. Is the recommendations in front of you? All in favor? Opposed? So it is defeated, 4-3. Thank you. We'll move on to E4. Yeah. For after the vote, what Councillor Sampson, go ahead. What would you like to add?
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I would like to see if there's appetite to look at the model of emergency programs. I think I appreciated the direction of the motion more broadly on the emergency programs piece, as I spoke to earlier. I couldn't support the ESS piece. I don't think that resonated with me on being effective, but I do see the evaluation of and comparison to our other municipalities there on our emergency programs function being the benefits. So I viewed that as the intent coming into the discussion, and I was prepared to support. So I'm trying to gauge some interest there.
Are you making a motion?
Sure, yep.
I'll second.
Okay. So
Focusing on the emergency programs piece and not the more granular ESS function.
Yeah, emergency programs at a BSS. We've had quite a lengthy discussion on this already. Are we prepared to vote on this, Council? You want to make an amendment, Councillor Ramsey? What would? Yeah, it's moved by Councillor Sampson and second by Councillor Besnett.
Can I add somewhere in there that this also takes into account the new EDMA regulations that are to be implemented in 2027? Thank you.
Capture that, Ms. Kellett? Okay. So we have the amended motion. All in favor of the amended motion for emergency programs capturing what's heading in 2027?
Sorry, Acting Mayor, that's just on the amendment itself. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we voting on the amendment? All in favor? Opposed? I believe that's carried unanimously. So we'll go back to the original recommendation, emergency programs. Looking at the review, capturing the 2027 changes coming from provincial government, correct? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to E4, establishing free curbside big item waste collection days. This is Councillor Sampson and Frizzell and Scott. Who would like move recommendation from Councillor Frizzell? Do we have a second? Councillor Scott? Who is going to speak to this first? Go ahead, Councillor Frizzell.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Palillo. During the Earth Day, as we were walking around cleaning up trash, the idea of the big item came up, and it didn't have a name at the time. Thank you, Councillor Sampson, for coming up with a catchy name for the waste removal. Many other communities have curbside removal of large items, and Prince George hasn't. Through to Mr. McIntosh, having had time to review this, do you have any thoughts on the recommendation?
Acting Mayor, through to Councillor Frizzell, I have many thoughts on this recommendation, to be honest. It is above and beyond what we currently provide with our curbside garbage collection. I've done a little bit of research, and most peer municipalities, it's not one day, it goes over the entire year. The residents phone to make an appointment, in which staff go and with a cube van pick up whatever large items that they're requested. It depends on, some municipalities have twice a year, others have up to 6 times a year. So there's a staffing impact, there's a fleet impact, and I'm not sure the model of 1 or 2 days per year could be achievable, given that we have 26,000 residential accounts right now. So I think staff would have to dig deeper and provide more fulsome information on how this could impact solid waste collection.
Thank you. With that in mind, I mean, there are 2 two pieces to the resolution, and number one might be too specific in giving a very clear picture of direction on this. So I'm going to sever the two resolutions and encourage council to support at least number 2 so that we can get some information back in time for the 2027 budget and to consider number 1 as well. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a severed motion, 1 and 2. Councillor Sampson, you're co-sponsor of this motion. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Appreciated my colleague bringing this opportunity to sign on with this motion. At face value, I really appreciate this kind of service that can be offered. I see other municipalities, as mentioned throughout the NOM, offering this type of service to their residents. I think it's a tremendous value. Where that sober second thought comes in, I'm concerned about how prescriptive it is, and appreciate Mr. McIntosh's comments. What I would like to see more is a report back on how a program offering larger item pickup could be implemented in Prince George a bit more broadly, taking away and stripping back the prescriptive detail, giving us a chance to get a report back on large item pickup in our community. And I want to perhaps propose an amendment on the second piece now that they're severed, that staff be given the latitude to provide maybe options on how that could be executed, looking at other municipalities. Some do curbside pickup at each residence. It's a value. It's probably coming at a significant cost as well. Some do maybe a roll-off bin in a neighborhood where residents can bring that to that neighborhood, and it comes at a much cheaper cost. So seeing some of those options come in, I think would be a value in what we can bear, and what would maybe be a great way for Prince George to scale up to this type of offering. I do think the value of increasing or decreasing rather illegal dumping, it would be tremendous with programs like this. I think it supports folks being able to declutter. I just, you know, after taking some time to consider what we submitted, I do think the value of taking a pause and opening that scope up a bit and giving staff a chance to look at maybe a couple options that council could consider based on being able to implement it. Is it affordable? And is it going to serve the needs of the residents of Prince George? Those types of components need to be considered in what we see back. And so, like I said, it's a bit prescriptive on the first piece, so I'm not going to support recommendation 1. And it's not a reflection of, you know, the work that my colleagues and I did to bring it forward. I think it's just taking a pause and looking at maybe we need the experts to do that work first and give us a chance to look at the options. So not going to support 1, and I'll propose an amendment on 2 after we vote on 1, unless it's appropriate to put the amendment on now.
Perhaps do number 1 first.
I'll come back in on number 2.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sampson. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Thanks to my colleagues for bringing this forward. I have had colleagues across the province reaching out, sharing about their different programs. Coquitlam had shared that they have a limit cap. It does run all year. So from I think looking at their website, from July 1st to June 30th, you can have 4 items picked up. They've got a list of what's accepted, what's not accepted. You have to call a line and schedule to have the pickup. If you don't have your item on the curb by the pickup time, it still counts as your pickup item and you're reduced to 3 instead of 4. So I think there's some interesting pieces there. The other thing, they've got what's accepted, what's not accepted, the weight limit. So they only accept up to, I think it was 75 kilos. So very interesting, seems to be really popular with their residents. They love it. I think for us having so much forested areas that we do get a lot of illegal dumping in the city. And so this, I think, would be a really great way to help mitigate that. Yes, would be a cost to it, but I think that it's definitely something worthy of us investigating, and I think that something that our residents would really deeply appreciate. I know as a person who doesn't own a truck, it's virtually impossible unless I find a friend with a truck to get something taken to the dump. It's so challenging if you don't have a vehicle to move that. And so sometimes, there's also the element of beautification where something sits in the yard forever and ever and ever until bylaw comes along and tells you to move it. So I just think there's a lot of added benefits to this, and looking into, the cost of it and the addition of this service, I think it's a good path for us to go down. So I'll just leave it at that, but thanks to Mr. McIntosh for the comments. I like the idea of, 2 days of the year. I just think reasonably there's going to be more activity than is going to be able for us to pick up in 2 days. But it is reminiscent of the moving day in Quebec and stuff like that. So thanks.
Councillor Claassen and then Scott and Bennett. Nope. Okay. Councillor Scott on the motion in front of us.
Well, I have found this whole motion to be really interesting, Your Worship. Thank you. I have listened to Councillor Skaken describe his work going and dealing with his trail cams and finding all manner of things in the bush around our city, as mentioned by Councillor Ramsay. I also remember all of the really interesting material that showed up being donated by well-meaning but misguided people, intended for use by people in the encampments. Nobody actually needs a 3-seat couch in their tent. It just made no sense. And then appliances started showing up, but they weren't appliances that could actually be used. It was people, as mentioned, who are downsizing or decluttering, and it makes no sense. I see this as an opportunity to serve the public, but I'm not unhappy with looking further and finding a better way to align with solid waste disposal. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward. When I saw this, I actually thought of a conversation I had with some friends of mine who live in Stony Plain, and they do, they call it the annual treasure hunt and large item drop off. So basically what it is over a weekend period, you have large furniture or things that you're looking to just get rid of. You can put it on the end of your driveway, people can drive around, find whatever treasure they want, and then at the end, people can take their items to the neighborhood school or wherever the drop-off point is, and then there was a pickup point that then would go to be disposed of. And I think there's opportunities that we could take this and find an intent to do something creative in a Prince George solution without being a significant burden on staff time. Like I think 2 days I think is a very ambitious place to start, but is there something we can do to put a little bit of, to lead kind of the idea and turn this back over to the community or community associations and see, is there something you can do to run with this? Yeah, so I'm intrigued. I do worry about the cost. I think there's probably also things like collective agreements and things that we'd have to take into consideration. But really interested to see if there's something we can do to get creative with this. And again, if anyone's interested, it's Stony Plains annual treasure hunt and large item drop-off. It happens the first weekend of May.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I worry too about implementation and costs. I think it's a great idea. I just not sure how we implement it, but I think if we direct it back to staff, I trust our staff will come up with some solid alternatives and ideas, and maybe something that we can move forward on. So with that in mind, we have severed motions, correct? So do we have Ms. Kellett, or are we just voting on number 2 right now? Number 1 first?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. It'd be number 1 first.
Okay. All in favor of recommendation 1 as it reads? Opposed? That is defeated. We move forward to number 2.
Sorry, Acting Mayor, could I have all the noes put up their hand?
Yeah, myself, Councillor Scott,
Okay.
Councillor Bennett. Did I not see? And Councillor Sampson, so 4.
Perfect, thank you.
Number 2? And the amendment is?
The council directs administration to return a report to council in time for the 2027 budget deliberations outlining options for the implementation of a larger item community disposal program, including operational considerations, service impacts, costs, potential delivery models, and recommendations for council's consideration. I think a lot of this can be informed by the discussion today. It should include something in line with what the motion was originally intending. The intent here is to make it a little less prescriptive and give some leeway for something that's going to work for Prince George based on what our expert staff can bring together as a report. Thanks.
Councillor Klassen, do you want to speak to the amendment? Not to this amendment, okay.
Okay, I can do it as an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, it makes things a little more complicated, but yes.
Okay, what I want to include is, in the report that comes back to us, what I want to know is the current number of illegal dumping calls that we field and our current costs of cleanup of illegal dumping. And that's just so that we know what we're comparing to, because when we get the numbers back for how much it's going to cost, I think it's smart to know how much is it actually costing us right now.
Director McIntosh, do you want to, do you see that as a lot of work or something that we can do?
Acting Mayor, I don't believe it's a lot of work. We can look at the service calls for illegal dumping. Of note, it'll just be illegal dumping within city limits. Anything in the RD won't be in our records.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have.
And Count Frizzell has.
Move it, Councillor Frizzell, second the amendment to the amendment. Councillor Sampson, do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, thanks. I'll support, but I did want to flag that I think a question could be posed to the regional district, perhaps even just an email to staff, or if it's included here, of how many tipping fees are waived for groups that do large cleanups, the weight perhaps of that comes in. There's a lot of volunteer groups, to Councillor Scott's point earlier. There's groups that do work to clean up, whether it is inside of city limits in some cases or outside. And so it's the data we're going to get back is valuable, but it's limited to the city's operational piece, not the overall scope of what illegal dumping is happening throughout Prince George proper and then immediate kind of outside of city limits. So I think it's valuable. It should be relatively simple from staff, I'm sure, to identify how much resources are going in from the Parks Department likely to address illegal dumping. But I think it's important to note that there's a lot of work that goes in as well immediately outside of the city. And that could be somewhat considered through tipping fee waiving through the regional district. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll vote on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment? Any opposed? Carried. Now we go to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Now the main motion. I think this is the first time in our term that we've had two amendments to a motion. And it happens to be on the night that I chair. So thank you, council. So we're voting on the main motion. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. I believe that moves us forward to E5. And this is the postponed motion, Recovery and Wellness Center. Councillor Klassen, I believe you're introducing a new motion, right?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. First, I have to
Withdraw?
the motion that's on the floor, and I think Councillor Bennett was willing.
Consent to withdraw.
Okay.
But I believe it actually just require unanimous consent.
That's correct.
So, yeah.
Are we unanimously okay with the withdrawal? Call
Yeah,
to
and then
question?
after that, I have a motion to replace it.
Okay. All in favor with withdrawal? Councillor,
But does the new motion have to do the notification period for the next meeting, or is it just introduced and discussed now?
Mr. Anderson?
As long as the subject's still in the same area. If it was a brand new subject, then it would have to go through the notice period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Got that point of clarification? Okay, so we have the withdrawal of the previous motion, and you want to introduce a new motion, correct?
Yeah. So we have to vote on the withdrawal first.
I believe we have.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Okay, very good.
It was
All right,
unanimous,
then
yeah.
Ms. Kellett has my new motion. Thank you very much. And this is much simpler, obviously, and gives our staff the leeway to come back with a proposal. And I understand that Councillor Bennett is still willing to second this one, and that Councillor Sampson will be offering an amendment.
Second.
Councillor Sampson, you have an amendment?
Yeah, thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks, Councillors Klassen and Bennett. After taking some time to think back and after the motion came on last meeting, I recalled in 2021, there was the adoption, it was May 2021, of the recommendations from the Select Committee on Poverty Reduction, chaired by Councillor Murray Crouse at the time. I think Councillor Ramsey was also on that committee, if I remember, Vice Chair. There you go. And the committee brought back a slate of recommendations that were adopted by Council at the time. One of the pieces was in the later category, 3 years, around the 3-year implementation time, which included access to services and support development of a navigation hub. A person, the navigator, will be available to support helping people access services and supports. So I view that as the same, is my interpretation based on the report at the time and the discussion from 2021, which is a little bit ago. Lots of things happened in that time, so my intent isn't to say, what the heck, how come we didn't implement something in the 3-year time that it was intended to be? But we had to shift our focuses a lot on some other priorities, particularly around some challenges around the encampment, and we did what we could to operationalize our resources the best we could. But I would like to get that back on track and try to kind of reignite some of the recommendations that Council adopted from that report, including this one. So I did send Ms. Kellett, there we go, as on the screen. My intent is, so actually a few of us recently went to a navigation center, Councillor Polillo and Bennett and myself here, and Mayor Yu, went to a navigation center in Edmonton, very similar to what I'm interpreting this is going to be. So in the term navigator in the 2021 report in Prince George, I see that as relating to something that they called a, thanks, Councillor Bennett, recovery coach in the Edmonton model. So essentially this person is the first point of contact for folks who are accessing this hub, navigation hub, to support them in connecting with the resources. So very similar model. We were lucky to have some staff accompany us at this tour as well. Mr. Depineau was there. So I think the intent that from 2021 carries into this. And I think the vision from what Councillor Clausen's talking about and what us just prior to the last meeting saw in Edmonton relates into this. So the intent with the amendment is to restart the conversation around what council had already directed to be done in 2021 and give staff a little bit longer time as well. 90 days, I wasn't sure if I was comfortable with on the time to actually source out through a procurement process, a potential partner, and looking at how this model could be operated. But I do think it would be important for council to be able to consider this at the budget or before the budget process in 2027. So I'll move the amendment.
Do we have a seconder?
Acting Mayor, if I might. Sorry, respectfully, it doesn't really look like an amendment. It looks like a total rewrite of the motion. So if the idea is to put this on the floor, I would think that maybe withdrawing the original motion and just putting this motion on the floor, because it's not an amendment. It doesn't tweak the wording. It rewrites the wording.
So you see it as a significant change?
It's pretty significant. I would recommend withdrawing the original one and just putting this on the floor.
Is that something you're amenable to, Councillor Clausen, Bennett?
Oh, well, again, respectfully, it's once the motion's on the floor, Acting Mayor, it doesn't belong to us anymore. It would be unanimous consent of council to withdraw.
That's correct.
I'm gonna move the amendment and let the chair rule. I view this as not, my intent is not to be drastically different than Councillor Clausen's. I appreciate where she's going with this. The intent is drawing on what council has already directed previously and rolling that into what is trying to be done now and carrying that initiative forward. The largest change here, from my perspective, is from 90 days to budget 2027. So I'll move the amendment and then let the chair rule on if it's questioned.
I'll second the amendment.
Respectfully, Mr. Anderson, I understand where you're coming from, but I do see this as a change, but not a significant change. So I'll rule this is acceptable. So we have the amendment in front of us presented by Councillor Sampson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ramsey? Oh, Councillor Bennett. Oh, you're right.
Councillor Ramsey can.
Okay. Councillor Bennett, sorry. Councillor Ramsey, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I guess. On the number 2, I have a new appointment on top of all my other appointments. I am the chair of the province's Poverty Reduction Advisory Committee now, and so I had a early morning call from Minister Malcolmson last week, and they are working on some sort of navigation system support piece that I think really aligns with this. They're still working on all of those details, but they did share some of the information with PRAC. I just have a lot rattling in the back of my brain right now, so I can't recall the specifics, and I don't know if they're public to share, but I think the comment from her was that it would be great if we could reach out to their ministry on the navigation hub, as it might be something the province is looking to fund. So I just think that on the potential partnership models, funding opportunities piece, that
we need to be reaching out to the province there as it seems to have been invited. So I
Okay.
don't know where that, if that's an amendment or if it's implied in the second motion.
The intent is funding opportunities.
Okay.
Right. I see it as intended. Mr. Anderson,
I'd go back to the maker of the amendment about what the intent of it was. So it sounds like it was intended.
Thank you. Then no amendment needed, but I'll support it and just add that we should approach the province
Reaching
sooner
out to
rather
the
than
province.
later. Thanks.
Councillor Claassen, do you want
So
to?
you've approved the motion that's in front of us now, or the amendment?
Correct.
Okay, so.
I've
all
ruled
right,
that
I
it's in
will-
order.
Yep, I will support it, and let's get it done.
Okay.
Try something to maybe make an impact.
So we'll call the question. The amendment to the main motion, replacing items number 1 and 2, that's in front of you. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Brazil opposed, so that passes 6-1. Now we move, I guess, to the amended motion. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Frizzell passes 6-1. Okay, council, see if we can get this done here by 11 o'clock. Yeah, we are at, we're at E9, Gateway Business. Yeah. Do we have a second? Moved by Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Ramsey. We're all read it? You're off the hook, Mr. Babich? Anything you want to add? No?
No, thank you, Acting Mayor.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. E11, zoning bylaw amendment application. Ms. Wasnick, would you like to introduce this?
Sure. Thank you, Acting Mayor. Rezoning bylaw number 9559 proposes to rezone 1396 Central Street East from RS2 single residential to C8 commercial conversion. The applicant would like to convert the existing single detached house into an office use that would include business, advisory, immigration, consulting, and investment services. Administration supports bylaw number 9559 as it's consistent with the policy direction of the official community plan and aligns with the land uses occurring in the area. As a condition of final reading, a parking and landscape plan and quote and security for the works identified on the parking and landscape plan is required. I'm available for any questions you have.
And we have to move these recommendations separately. Recommendation 1, do we have a mover? Councillor Bennett, second by Councillor Sampson. No one in the queue. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Councillor Frizzell, Councillor Scott, second. No one in the queue. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. E12. Moved by Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Claassen. Would you like to add anything, Ms. Wasnick?
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add?
Thank you. Yep.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Yeah, move E13.
Thank you, Councillor Claassen, second by Councillor Bennett. Moving the recommendation on the 2025 statements of financial information. No one in the queue. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. E14, 2025-2029 Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw.
First 3 readings.
Move first 3, seconder. Councillor second by Counselor Scott, moved by Counselor Frizzell. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. E15, security issue resolution. Can we move these recommendations together?
Separately, please.
Separately? Move one. Second? Counselor Ramsey, moved by Counselor Frizzell. No one in the queue. All in favor? Any opposed? Counselor Klassen opposed. Moved, carries 6-1.
Move recommendation 2.
Second by Counselor Ramsey, moved by Counselor Scott. No one in the queue. All in favor? Opposed? No one opposed? Carried unanimously. Move F1, final readings adoption.
Second.
Second by Counselor Scott, moved by Counselor Sampson. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously.
Move F2.
Counselor Bennett, second.
Second.
Counselor Klassen.
Nope.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously, F2. Counselor Frizzell, second by Counselor Sampson. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously, F3. Correspondence. G6, so G4, G6, and G7. We've dealt with G5 already. Yeah, we've dealt with G5 already. Anything else? G4, I think that was Counselor Sampson, yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much, Acting Mayor. And I want to thank Mayor Dakins from Telqua. This is one of many letters of support for our efforts on the Northern Rural Homeowner Grant that's being stripped from northern communities by the province at the next budget, which is unacceptable. So just want to really recognize the amount of support that is coming in from municipal governments across the north who are going to be impacted by this. Their residents are going to be impacted by this. The seniors in their communities are going to be impacted by this. So it's great to see the uptake of their interest and their support. What I would like to see perhaps is we put out another blast urging those who haven't yet provided their support to do so. Perhaps they missed the correspondence, but the folks who haven't yet submitted that support, I think we should take the chance to touch base with a second time. And the reason is because I think intergovernmental affairs, we need to have the conversation about how do we rally our voices stronger at UBCM on this issue. And it starts by having these letters of support. And then we can work on those steps at intergovernmental on what we can do to bring those folks who have provided the letter together and have a meaningful impact at UBCM. This is not going to be an easy fight to win. The province is not going to want to cave on their budget decision to claw back the nominal grant that they provide northern residents who are disproportionately impacted in northern communities. But I think we have to put everything we can in behind it. This is $200 per household. That's a massive impact. So just really wanted to stress that. This is extremely important. And so I'm going to look for recommendation from Mr. Anderson. Would it require a motion to have a second go-around to solicit that support, or is it soliciting support, the previous motion, satisfactory?
I think an additional motion would be a good idea.
So moved.
Do we have a seconder for that? Second. Councillor
Thanks for support. I think, like I said, my colleagues and I, and all of council for that matter, can engage in this discussion at Intergovernmental Affairs on how we can leverage these letters and what we can do to rally the folks who are against the province's terrible decision to strip us of this grant up north. I think we can talk and see how we can best affect that change at UBCM this year. It's going to be important. Thanks.
Thank you. We have 3 more councillors in the queue. Director Depino, did you want to add something?
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. Just to ensure everybody's got the same information, I just want to highlight that the UBCM submission deadline was June 15th, and so at this time, the resolution itself has been submitted. However, if we're looking to solicit interest in supporting that resolution or additional commentary, that seems entirely appropriate if council wishes, just clarifying that the resolution
Is already
has lapsed at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Mr. Depineau. Aware of the time frame. I think what I'm trying to do with this motion is garner as much support, written support from municipalities, and then being able to leverage that the council approved support from these communities and leverage that at UBCM. That's going to be the job because simply putting a resolution for it, I don't think it's going to cut it with the province. We need to figure our strategy out on how to better push this issue across the table. They can't get off with this with a simple resolution at UBCM. Thanks.
Councillor Ramsey, is this to G4? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Sampson. I was able to raise this with Minister Malcolmson in the Poverty Reduction Advisory Committee meeting last week as a flag. You know, they are benchmarking poverty rates for seniors and Indigenous people in the strategy. And so, you know, this is going to have a drastic impact on a lot of those groups. And so there is a representative from the Friendship Center in Williams Lake who also commented on this having impact. So I just wonder if there's benefit in reaching out to other partners such as Friendship Centers in Northern BC as well as senior centers in different groups. I feel like in terms of targeted advocacy, having a lot of those individual groups come together would be just really strong, and there's strength in numbers. You know, we have seen, anyway, with the carbon tax eliminated, there was virtually no savings for northern homeowners, which is the rationale, and that's just not. There's just been no savings, so the impact is going to be great on a lot of families that are already struggling. So I think the more voices we can add to that, the better. So.
Do you want to comment on that, then, Councillor Frizzell?
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey, and I agree. I was just going over the letter that we got from Wells, looking at how they could co-sponsor as well. So there was a lot of municipal support. So on two fronts, the next, I think we'll refer this back to intergovernmental for a good, strong advocacy push that includes both the municipalities, as Councillor Sampson and Scott have discussed, but also other organizations that could help bring attention to this. And on a third note, refer it back to our representative on NCLGA, because NCLGA has an outsized voice at UBCM. And if this comes up at the luncheon before resolutions, I think that will speak really loudly too. So if we can refer that back and have some further discussions with you, Councillor, or Acting Mayor Polillo, in your role as a director on the NCLGA.
Absolutely. We actually have planning meetings coming up here in a couple weeks.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So I'll move to add a referral to intergovernmental affairs onto the motion.
Do we have a second?
Your
Councillor
Worship, I think
Ramsey?
there's a motion on the floor. I don't know if we voted on the initial motion.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't voted on the original motion, so probably you have to wait till we deal with that before you can. Councillor Klassen, you want to speak to the motion? No? Okay. So let's deal with the motion that's on the floor. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
And refer it back to intergovernmental affairs for advocacy as discussed.
Second? Councillor Scott? Voting the referral motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. So that's G4. G6, who pulled G6? Councillor Brazel?
Thanks. Move the recommendation.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Sampson, thank you. Do you want to speak to it at all?
No.
Nope.
Stands as is.
All in favor? Carried unanimously, none opposed. Councillor Klassen, are you in the queue for G7? 8?
For G8, yeah.
Okay, so on G7, then move recommendation.
Do you have a second? Counselor, so moved by Counselor Brazil, second by Counselor Scott. All in favor? None opposed, carried unanimously. G8,
Yes, thank you.
Counselor Clausen on the
Yes.
Tidewater?
Yes,
Yeah.
Tidewater is asking for a request for a letter of support for their advocacy to the federal government regarding the Prince George Refinery and future investment opportunities, especially as regards developing sustainable aviation fuel. And there is still demand for that. And because of where we are located on the globe, Prince George could attract finally that, I mean, this might be one thing that finally gets our airport utilized to its full potential. So I think it would be wise for us to support that. So I'll move it if I could have a second.
Do we have a second? Second. Counselor Sampson? Do you want to, you're next in the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Clausen, for pulling it. Just wanted to share, this was sustainable aviation fuel was a hot topic in our discussions with government in Ottawa, and was central around a lot of the opportunities that we see happening, particularly, obviously, around the airport, be that cargo transportation or the opportunity to be a defense hub in northern BC. This doesn't just support, and Tidewater being an obvious proponent, they're already established here in Prince George, but I think there's the opportunity for other proponents to look at Prince George as a viable space for production as well. So providing this letter, I think, doesn't just support Tidewater exclusively. This is us nodding that we are supporting the industry and the development of this industry in our community, and that's the important piece. And I think the letter needs to speak to that the City of Prince George's support is broad on the industry perspective of SAF, not exclusive to Tidewater, because I think we are bound to not providing aid to business, that's important, but B, because it's true. This is a huge opportunity in the West. Most of BC's aviation fuel is imported from international sources. And so for us to have domestic fuel, aviation fuel produced here in Prince George doesn't just help our local economy with jobs, it also helps our local economy with fuel source to provide a cheaper, more sustainable option for folks who are going to utilize our airport, which we know is going to happen. So this is of big interest to the government. It crosses multiple areas of their interests. Utilizing canola as a feedstock and a number of other pieces. It's a domestic product. I think it's going to be a home run for us to help lobby government on SAF production here in Prince George, and I think we should definitely provide the letter. Thanks. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
Councillor Clausen for
Councillor
pulling it.
Brazil. Support it?
Yeah.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor to write the letter of support. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
Move receipt of correspondence.
Second. All in favor? Receipt? Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Second. Councillor Scott. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you to our staff for bearing with us. We did an enormous amount of business tonight. And thanks to our media being with us right to the bitter end as well.
Thanks for acting.
As a,
Thank you, Acting Mayor.
yeah.
Can we look at the June schedule?
Yes, right.
I already proposed Walter that they
Yes, right.